Let me remember to unmute. Okay, there we go. Welcome for session 8 of Warriors of Eastmount. Thanks to Tay, we've got some fancy schmancy digs here for the RP and the combats and all the fancy lettering, and there's wood. I do enjoy
glad you
my
like it.
exotic hardwoods. That's not that comes
I
off
have many
as a
leather
joke.
bound books.
No, I grew up. I'm like a woodworker by hobby, so do stuff and things and stuff. I have hobbies besides dice and antics.
Do you?
No,
I
the
do
dice
things
are other than collect plastic math
I
rocks.
garden. I can identify Wenge and Potok by sight and by texture with Potok because it's real. It's smooth and oily and weird and bright orange. It's a gorgeous wood. My wife's looking at me like I'm a weird.
If you
nerd.
don't roll dice,
Fair.
if you don't roll dice for like normal life activities, you're not
What are
limited.
you even doing? Come on.
If you haven't rolled
Do you
D20,
even play
who does
D&D?
laundry? Are you even a nerd? Get real like jock bully about.
We love casual gatekeeping.
Yeah. We should make new 80s movies.
As long as it remains casual.
Right.
You know what? Fuck you. Unkeeps your gate.
Tay, we need to get some directors on the line. We got the movies to pitch. It's basically 80s jock bully movies, but it's nerd gatekeeping. It's we just everything's backwards.
Just go on TikTok.
You play
write this down for
football? You're not allowed with our table. They're like, why? And you're like, stop being mean to me. I have feelings. Just because I can
Honestly,
bench
that's
everyone
more
else at the
realistic
table.
nowadays.
It is the way it is nowadays.
I just wanna cast Joe Manganiello to cry about being left out of a game, and then the arc
Also,
is
like Terry Crews.
and yeah. Yeah,
Matthew Mercer is the villain,
right.
somehow. Yeah.
Matt Mercer is the villain.
I'm okay with this as
We
long
cast
as
him,
all I
we cast
want.
him as the villain. He's not playing himself.
What I don't know what
be
exactly
clear.
the script is of the D&D movie that Joe Manganiello is actually working on, but we have a superior pitch.
Exactly.
you know what I
The
really
director,
want,
is the one who needs to play every character who isn't in the main cast.
Right. Yeah.
and it's not a realistic D&D movie unless the entire cast goes off and does the direct opposite of what the script says for half the movie.
This is fair.
We need one of the main cast needs to die and then is immediately replaced in the next scene by someone played by the same actor.
Or like like in the background of the last Spider-Man movie, the guy that plays Mysterio plays a bunch of like background people, and it's meant to be like a kind of not an Easter egg. It's supposed to be actually what's happening. He's scouting people out and all that, but just that to the nth degree, where it's everyone. There are no background extras. It's all just
Monty
like
Python at
digitally
that
inserted director. Yeah.
This just sounds like what they did for the Willy Wonka movie.
Could be. All right. Aside.
I was gonna say one more thing.
Oh no.
If in the D&D movie we need both the McElroy brothers and the cast of Dimension 20, because I just started listening to Dimension 20. It is
It's very good.
excellent.
Excellent. Oh,
Excellent.
I want pants, because that's how you get the respect. It's a reference you will get someday. So, I'm being spied on by small children.
They're learning.
Worst kind.
They're supposed to be here, just not like in the screen.
They're
anyways.
learning.
Let us move on to adventures and shenanigans. Last we left off, some crazy stuff was going down. You all made it to the mainland. And you have made it into this coastal city. You're not real clear on what the exact government and power structure is, but there is a large church that apparently collects some kind of taxes on people. People are mad, apparently. Nobody really went to follow the plot threads on pre-information on why all that is, but here we are. There are commoners that have gathered, lit torches. You've spotted them sneakily pass out weapons. Charlie was able to pickpocket some cool stuff and spread it out amongst the group from, suspiciously equipped-looking individuals within the crowd of mostly commoners. And Charlie quickly tried to dash off to the church on the other side of town, past the river, convincing the clergy that have now blocked the bridges to let them through, and is furiously looking for Norvin, hoping to find him and figure out where he stands and what's happening. But the crowd is currently marching, chanting, "No gods, no kings, no masters," over and over. Lucian managed to catch the attention of some of them, and in a quick back and forth, Lucian was able to tone police them for not being nice enough to join their party of protesting whatever injustice they're protesting. So things seem hostile and maybe coming to a head. We will begin with Charlie making a perception check. 8. Charlie, dashing past all of these not well-equipped priests that are guarding the bridge, and as they let you pass through, because you're clearly just an adventurer, you're not part of the protest that's happening. Dashing up the way, blowing past anybody else you could spot, right into the church. You are fully inside before you take a good look around, and you realize there are heavily armored and well-armed high elves. You're roughly 3 dozen or so, and in a circle at the front of the church, you see another dozen just apparate out of nothing, just materializing at the front of the inside of this church. One of them, with her hair up in a bun, kind of laced through and tied with like gold cord, with highly ceremonial looking robes and this like black wood cane with some sort of orange chunk at the top of it, using it as like a walking stick, comes over and is like chatting with what looks like the head priest. But there's about 30-40 soldiers who all just like turn as this door just googoosh opens up as you're just charging in looking for Norvin.
Norvin, you big bitch, where are you?
It's like that. Man, the height of Norvin doesn't really help you find him because you're short.
The trick is to roll above a 10.
That too.
There's no response. Everybody just looks over, and they're like, there's like one other like lower echelon priest there who seems to be hurriedly like grabbing at like a mace and a shield, and it's just like, I'm sorry, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for my friend. He's like super tall,
Like 3
purple,
me's.
brown hair, beard. Yeah, like 3 me's.
You take a good like squat jump up to get the height right. He's like, I think he's at the South Bridge.
Bye.
Norvin, over the
Yes.
night you had spent for free talking to the rest of the priests and trying to figure out what's going on. You get told a bunch of these rumors of these people that are gathering tomorrow, and the priests are going to try to keep things peaceful. They're going to attempt to block access because they suspect if these protesters get into the richer neighborhoods that things will start getting destroyed. Hostilities and tensions have risen high, it seems. And you had said you wanted to kind of be there, but kind of be at the back of the group. Like, you don't want to be right up front with everything going on.
Yeah, I'm currently unsure of my of the ongoings in this church right now.
Right. And you do start to hear these chants from across the city. Dull at first, but obviously loud with hundreds, maybe 1,000 people chanting. And you're looking at these you are the most armored person among anyone here. There are people in a front line with shields. Most of them have clubs. A few have an actual mace. But you are looking at this group of maybe 50 priests who, if things get violent, they're just gonna get torn up.
They're gonna get wiped.
I'm fine. What was that?
That was a baby.
Baby.
Baby!
That's a baby.
And now the stream devolves into us saying baby in stupid voices for 2 minutes.
I guess for the moment, Norton's gonna kind of walk up to the line of priests with their shield out, and not get in a stance or prepare to fight or anything, but just have a shield on his arm, like, but standing like relaxed and not really ready for a fight.
At the front of that group, yeah, you'd be standing
closer
there.
to the front, yeah.
They all kind of like, if you look pretty relieved as a wall of metal has appeared. Lucian, yes.
The bridge is being blocked by priests, right?
They have essentially lined the. Well, you're not there yet.
I thought we ended with me and Ravi.
You two are getting very close to getting up there, which we will cover in just a moment.
Sorry, where were we headed again?
The bridge.
Same direction.
To the upper district.
Right.
Okay, so we were headed.
Y'all are heading
to,
west. This is happening over on the west, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're trying to get to Norvin.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
Charlie, with their ability to dash, bonus action dash, got ahead pretty quick.
I can do that too.
And
The Naruto.
Norvin, you do hear some whispers from the back as there's some runners are going between the different bridges, and you can see the other bridge. It's a pretty steep hill that this whole city is built on. I've been to a few places that are like it, but I don't know if anyone would get the reference. But it's relatively steep, and there is a river running underneath these bridges. It's channeled in like a stone basin almost. Upstream, it must be split into water sources because there are like side chutes of people's plumbing essentially that goes into that river that before it gets dumped out to sea. But looking up, you are on the south bridge, which does not have a proper railing above like knee height, and you're like, okay, one stumble and you're just like whoosh, you're gonna be out in the ocean.
Why?
Question: is it my knee height or is it Charlie's knee height?
It is
Charlie's height.
It would be I'd say right about your knee height. So Charlie it would be a functional railing for Charlie, but which is why
it's like chest height for Charlie.
Yeah, this particular bridge would be mostly traveled by the halflings and gnomes of the city and people who are very confident in their balance.
How wide is the bridge? Like how many?
This one's about 15 feet. There are others that are about 20 feet. But there's the three bridges. But you catch whispers of someone saying, "Backup's coming. They agreed to accept the backup." And that is kind of nervously shared, and then that runner like runs up the hill, kind of exhaustedly because running uphill is never fun.
I'm gonna walk over to the dude who he just said that to and ask what backup's coming. Who's coming to help us?
The head priest had some offers to. It's a dangerous situation, and there are people more capable of armed conflicts. And there were a couple of different factions, and the head priest was wondering about who to allow into the city to help protect the people.
Well, do you know who we allowed? Who's gonna come?
I am not the head priest. No, I have no idea who we invited in.
Okay, well, let's hope we don't need them.
Indeed. I hope there's someone who can calm everyone down, as these chants are getting closer and closer. Ravi and Lucian, go ahead and make perception checks for me as you all are getting up to the edge where you can turn and see what's happening.
16.
Not bad. For me, that's 21.
21. With 21 and 16, you both kind of turn and you can see like just the first few people of this protest are getting out into like the main thoroughfare before the bridges, and then likely moving to these bridges to, make their voices heard. But
aggressively.
Lucian, you not recognize, but you take note of someone at the northmost bridge who is just near it. It's like 15 feet away, like not making their presence unknown at all, but just standing there, looking a little frustrated, holding or a bucket like at their feet. With you recognize a like a harpoon that has like a rope tied to it, and they have their hood up. It's kind of hard to tell any real facial details, but you do notice just like kind of pale bluish green skin, but like reddish robes that have been like tied up a little bit to be tight at the sleeves.
Like wizard's robes or like monk's robes?
Hard to tell exactly what it's purpose built for. Robes are kind of robes.
Like, are they long and flowy that like go down to their ankles, or?
It doesn't look like they're made to hinder their movement.
Okay.
They could be a monk, could be a wizard, somebody, but they are just standing there and just seem like tapping their foot, like visibly just kind of irritated with the situation. You kind of gather you've seen fishermen before that use, like a harpoon, and so you imagine it's a fisher. It's really
head over there.
You start heading that way. Ravi, you see Lucian start to dart off at some weird fisherman that's over by the river, but you also spot someone. You do a quick look around and check your 6 as you're looking around, and you do see a hooded figure kind of like head pop up at a rooftop, and like kind of examine the things, and then kind of like dart down heading towards the like main thoroughfare where most of the protest is at. You also
like on a rooftop.
You also catch what sounds like a hummingbird, just like go past, but you see nothing. You don't see the hummingbird. Whatever.
So I saw a person like on top of a building.
About like 3 buildings back. It looks like they kind of like checked the alley where you all went, and then like moved back towards like the main thoroughfare, but on the rooftop.
Can I like grab Lucian's arm as they're like starting to go?
Yeah. Lucian, she's just starting to go, but yeah, you can grab her pretty easy.
Lucian, don't draw any attention to it, but I believe someone is watching us. Maybe not just us, but we should take a look.
Which direction?
My 3 o'clock. Don't look now.
Okay,
I'm gonna do a workaround. He's gonna start like walking kind of in that direction, but like in a looping sort of like, so it doesn't look like he's going directly for that building.
Right. And people are starting to pour out of the street where you would want to come around to. But it would be relatively simple for you to kind of weave in there. Lucian, what are you doing?
I'm just gonna follow along.
Following Ravi. Ravi, make another perception check.
Okay. Same die, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Even better. So that's a 22.
22. A couple of beats go by, and you do see the cloaked figure kind of like just stick their head out. It looks like they're just evaluating what's happening, just kind of getting a look at everything. You do see the wind kind of catches the hood a little bit. You see kind of like if a face could be calloused, that'd be a pretty good indicator. Someone who's seen a lot of sunlight, probably a lot of salt water. It looks like someone who's been like on a ship.
That's a sailor.
Like a long time. More piratey than even people that are pirates. And they quickly like get their hood adjusted to kind of cover their face, like half elven features that you somewhat recognize. Although
I do.
You suspect not like the individual, but you've seen.
Oh, okay. I've seen half elves.
Similar amount of pointy ear and
Okay.
sharp-ish features that aren't quite angled.
With a little bit of scruff, so I know they're not an elf.
You don't see any scruff, but at first you think you do, but then you realize that's just somebody who's been hit in the face with a lot of sand.
Yeah. The 5 o'clock shadow.
Right, but this time you hear that hummingbird sound again of the. And this time you get a look at where you're pretty sure it's coming from, and it sits for a moment. There's that of it like being there. There's still nothing there, and then as it like moves away.
Interesting.
Yes. And then the hooded figure kind of ducks down out of sight of the thing by the time Lucien is up around the corner, so it all just kind of happens pretty quick.
Yeah. I want to get to if there's a back door of that building. That's where I'm trying to get to.
All right. He turns around, starts heading over.
Relatively stealthily.
All right. We'll have both of you make stealth checks. So you kind of peel away from the expanding crowd.
My dice are hot tonight, guys.
A dirty 20.
23.
It gets double dirty. Yeah, quickly and quietly enough, you all dart back around the alley that you came out of just a moment ago, and start making your way over to the building. Charlie, you darting south to the south bridge. You now that you know like where to look, Norvin's pretty easy to spot. The shiniest and tallest of the people that are immediately at the front of this bridge.
Norvin!
Pretty nondescript.
Yeah. You hear the call from behind you, Norvin.
Charlie? Where are you?
Down here.
I like look at my feet.
Yeah.
There's lots of people around us, right?
There's a fair amount of or no, you all are on the west side of the bridge, so not a huge crowd on you.
But still people around?
Yeah, there's still the other priests and things.
Come here. I want to talk to you in kind of private.
I like get down on a knee.
Yeah, I guess that's fine. Do you know much of what's going on?
The people are chanting against the gods, I think, and they don't want to pay taxes to the church anymore. Aside from that, I'm not really sure what all is going to go down.
The reason that they don't want to pay the taxes anymore is because the church is taxing the fuck out of them. Like, ridiculous amounts.
I didn't know that. All I heard from the priest was the people are refusing to pay them and are going to march here. So they're going to try and stop them.
Pay them.
They're going to stop them from destroying the upper parts of the city.
There's no government here. What would be government is, I guess, the church. And people are pissed off.
So, do you think the church is in the wrong for how much they're taxing them? I'm not sure, like, how much you're saying here.
It's your church. Whatever side you are on, I'll fight with you. But I think it's good to know both sides of things before you make a decision.
Well, I'm not sure right now. I knew the church was taxing them simply to pay for the costs of the healing they do and whatnot. But with what you're saying, they shouldn't be taxing them so that people can't afford it anymore. Like, I didn't agree with what they did to your girlfriend either.
DM, I am right about taxing too much, right? I didn't write that down, but I'm pretty sure that's what you said.
You overheard that as the line that was being shouted to like rile up the crowd. You haven't looked at their tax code to like know exactly what the rate is.
Okay, but that's what I was hearing.
That seems one of their main complaints. Yes.
May I chime in?
Sure.
I believe the way it works is that everyone in the town is being taxed the same, no matter how much they make. That's the way it was working, right? I believe you mentioned that.
I think you guys did unveil that information at some point. That it's basically a flat tax. So it's like
which is stupid.
I mean,
Okay,
I
then
know
I'll let
that, but I live in
Norman know
America. But yeah, it seems like whether you spend 100% of what you make on living, or you spend 10% of what you make on living, you still get charged a 15% tax. So people that are like fine with like, yes, take my extra billions. They don't have that accent.
Give all the rich
they
people
all-
that accent
yeah.
from now on.
All rich
Please.
people.
Yes, of course.
As we established,
Yes.
as we established last game, the exception is Fire Genasi that are rich. They obviously are voiced by Taika Waititi, playing a wealthy lady with a slight drinking
She's
problem.
okay. I didn't think I was gonna like her, but then she was cool. So
But then she had purple hair, and that was
Yeah.
cool.
Billionaires
Fire
are fine
hair.
if they have purple fire hair and share
no,
their
she was
beer.
just also a nice person too. Like I thought she
She's
was gonna be
Drinks
some
my old
stuck-up
beer,
asshole.
and she's
I
redeemed.
not
thought she
like
was
a
gonna be a
snooty-
stuck-up bitch. Like
She's not like a snooty rich person. She's just the type of rich person
The
that has
eccentric.
no concept of money.
she's an eccentric rich person.
Right,
Yes,
Jeff
that's the
Bezos. Bezos, take notes and just give people your old beer.
Give us your old beer, old beer.
Old beer, and everybody's fine.
Even though I don't, out of character, I despise beer.
All right.
So- I have a question.
Yes.
You just said it was like a flat 15% tax. It's not like everyone has to pay like $400 or anything.
Right, but if somebody spends 100% of
Yeah.
what they make, and then they have to pay 15% of what they make, versus someone who lives off of 10% of what they make, and then has to pay 15% of what they make, then there's an obvious disparity of quality of life situation.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
again,
Yeah,
nobody's analyzed the tax code.
There should be a thing where after you make a certain amount, you have to pay a certain amount.
Mhm.
And if you
So
don't,
that-
don't
So
make
that people who aren't making enough to live can then also maybe live.
We're not writing.
So-
This isn't D&D. Write tax code.
So, I was going to say to Charlie, I agree with the people, but I don't want to see any bloodshed here. I don't want to see the church destroyed or anything. I know what they're doing isn't right, but it's still my faith, if you understand.
So what can we do? Is like someone kind of in charge here? Could we talk to
Uh,
them?
There should be the head priest in the church somewhere. He's
Why don't we go
currently
find him?
getting backup, I believe.
Let's have Charlie and Norvin make perception checks.
Be right back, gang.
Oh no. Oh no.
5.
We gotta figure out a way to not shift all the cameras around when somebody has to get up for a second.
That is
At
a
least
nat
it's not like
20, so
corners
that's a
of our
26.
Things are being drowned out by the chants from the east side of the river, which is getting essentially filled out at this point of people chanting a torch every fifth person, and it's just the no gods, no kings, no masters, and it's just over and over again. But oh man, my visual processing ability gets all screwed up and everybody's it goes to a different spot.
I am now playing a halfling rogue.
So Norvin, you catch the clank of metal against stone through the chanting of the crowd, and you look up towards the church as you and Charlie were discussing. The head of the church would be up in the church, and as you look up, there are dozens of heavily armored, fairly well armed, high elven soldiers marching out of the church. They weren't there before. You're almost a little confused because they literally weren't there, and you were up there an hour ago. Before everybody kind of got the word to mobilize out to the bridges. And part of you's a little relieved. You know that if things got hairy, all these regular priests that are lining the bridge are done. So you see them, but then also part of you is just like, these are also just common folk with, grievances, and this is an armed response for something on the scale of ogres are attacking the city, not like people are mad that their taxes are too high.
So Norman's gonna say to Charlie, I think shit's about to get real. We should really get there now. And he just sprints off towards the church.
Start running towards, yeah.
Yeah.
The tallest and the shortest of the party charging uphill towards the church with a well organized march of metal coming down the hill. Ravi and Lucien, you make your way, you think pretty quietly, to the back of that building where you saw the hooded figure on the roof. There are some hardcore parkour ways to get up to the top if you would like to climb or whatever you'd like to do.
Would parkouring my way up be an acrobatics check?
Is it how likely is it that there's like stairs, like a stairway all the way up the inside to get to the roof?
Oh, to get to the roof? You haven't seen any evidence of anything like that, and these all seem like this is the lower income housing area. You don't think roof access was a major priority in a lot of these building constructions.
I would like to attempt some hardcore parkour.
I will also do that. Hopefully not.
If you're going for some hardcore parkour, let's make it acrobatics.
Yeah,
heck yeah, I'm good at that.
Same. I have expertise in that. So
22 total.
Yeah, it's 19 for me.
19. Both of you, again, still pretty quietly. In following each other's sequence, the close together housing works for you really well as you still pretty quietly up onto this roof, and this cloaked figure is like ducked down, just occasionally like peering up over the edge, but appears to not be aware of either of you getting up onto the roof.
I'm going to draw my rapier and go, "Hey there, friend. What you looking at?"
When I see Lucien, Ravi pull out his rapier, Lucien's gonna pull out their bow staff just in case.
Both of you now armed and ready, roughly 10-15 feet away from this individual. Individual whips around, and you can see now again a pretty weather-beaten face, a slight scar across the cheek, and pulling the hood down is this female half-elf, brown with like little bits of gray hair, and just looks up at the two of you and goes, "I'm not here to fight.
Anything interesting going on down there?"
What you doing?
There's a huge protest happening of a whole bunch of people.
We noticed. What you doing?
Watching.
Why?
To see what happens. Which is usually why people watch things.
But why
does it seem like she's telling the truth?
Make an insight check.
I'm gonna as well, because I'm pretty sure is insight the thing? I always forget. Is insight the thing I have advantage on?
Insight and investigation, I believe, for the
okay.
16 for me.
Nice.
I'm just super quick double checking that it is, because I don't wanna.
It should be insight and investigation, yeah.
Yeah, it's insight and investigation for Pallet Elf, right?
I keep mine on a sticky note so I can. It's always right there.
Yep.
I have D&D Beyond, so.
Oh no! I
Me
actually
too, but
recently witnessed
sticky
somebody
notes.
utterly screw up all of their rolls because they were using D&D Beyond because they hadn't played with it in a while, and so they were like, I have expertise
16.
in that. That's a plus 11, and I'm like, you're level 3, and he's just like, yeah, because I have expertise. I'm like, what's the math you're using? And it was just like, I was like, no, man.
That is a 17 total.
17 and 16. You both, she doesn't seem like she's being super deceptive. She seems like she's being evasive, like not giving a ton of details out without being directly questioned. But there's no like moves for, you can see some like weapon hilts, but there's no move for them whatsoever. You do catch there's a little eye dart as she kind of just like shifts her position a little bit, and there's an eye dart out to sea where you do see there is a ship just off the port, where you can clearly see, especially Lucian recognizing that most of the crew of that ship is all just watching what's happening.
Well,
You a pirate?
It's kind of like, it's a harsh term.
Oh, trust me. I mean no disrespect. I am one as well.
Good on you. Parlay.
Lucian's just gonna put their weapon away. Do the same, Ravi. It's the rules.
I'm not a pirate.
Oh, Ravi, you threw. Oh, there you go. You're back. Ravi still with you out like, not a pirate.
He sighs. He sighs, like turns it around in his hand and puts it away.
Kind of just closes her cloak so that the hilts aren't even visible of her weapons. Puts her hands down. It's like, and you guys are having to speak up a little bit because the crowd's getting like louder and louder. Mm-hmm. And she kind of takes you hear that same like, and she kind of pauses. Turns her head for a second and goes, "Thank you, dear." And then,
what was that?
Well,
if you'd like to be honest with us this time,
it's just a scout.
What are you doing here?
I'm watching, and that's it. I plan to tell people that are friends of mine what happens. That's all. Just watching.
And who are your friends?
Just individuals of interest in the security of people. It sounds like security has arrived from another supplier, and we wish to observe how they do, and if we can make propositions for better rates.
What has made, Sorry, would you mind just repeating that?
There's a moment, in-game would you repeat that? And then there's just a moment of like, okay, look. Myself and those who work with me provide security for those who have settlements along the coast, heading eastward, well into human lands. And Ravi, make a history check.
Okay.
Yeah,
also, does this seem like protection or
Lucian
protection?
Lucian would also be in on that. Well, the history check will help you out with that.
Okay, so
deduction.
History, something I'm only half proficient in. So that's 19.
Woo!
That's a 6.
Nice. Lucian,
I'm rolling hot tonight, guys.
Lucian, not interested in the politics of mainland versus sea life. But Ravi, you are aware from your background.
Would I have advantage on this?
No. So
because I'm a pirate. Okay.
So Ravi, you are aware, especially with your background. There's east of here. It's past the mountains, anyways. It's mostly just human kingdoms that are, split into semi-smaller. There's like a loose a commonality between them, and sort of an overarching king, but the king isn't like the king only has authority over the direct lower kings of the smaller areas. But the actual
coast, like to make a real world connection, like the HRE.
Again, American educated man.
Okay. Never mind.
I didn't get that reference. So like
the Holy Roman Empire.
Right, yeah. So yeah, England before it was like one big king. It's like smaller kings. So there's technically like one big king, but they don't have a ton of power on their own. They have power, people agree he has power, and they go to war with him. But the actual coastlands are essentially independent like fiefdoms kind of thing, and they generally all agree that their army is actually those who work the sea, and if they ever need actual like armed people on land, it's usually whatever traders are battle hardened on the seas just come on land and then help them defend themselves. So
these people are saying that like
it looks like
there might be a change in authority here, and they're looking to pick up a new asset.
They are looking to expand their influence into this next city, and it looks like they're observing whoever is kind of doing the same to see if they can work their way in. and kind of looking
Alright.
down. It's like these people
Are these people generally like good?
Goodness is not part of their motivation.
Okay.
Yeah.
My other question was, are they like literally protecting, or are they protecting?
No, they literally are protecting.
Okay.
So they are
So
there
not
to be
not protecting in a mob sense,
right.
You know,
they're not there to
Okay.
set your house on fire and then put it out and then you pay them.
Right.
They're
Okay.
there to be like the house is on fire. They come in and put it out and then expect to be paid.
Okay.
But yeah, fine line sometimes. But there you go.
Yeah.
And she takes a look down. He's like, these people aren't that well armed. They could be. They
Why?
certainly are not currently.
Why should they be?
Well, the people should generally have control over how their systems of government work.
Well, yes, but there doesn't need to be a standing army of civilians, don't you think?
That seems a matter of perspective. I guess we'll see the consequence of not having such. As you all from this roof can see and hear, the marching of these like semi-plate armored high elves who are marching down with what seems like a small unit of very professional soldiers marching up to the bridge. And Norvin and Charlie, you also looking back can see that these heavily armored individuals are taking over the protection of the bridges and preventing of these protesters from getting across. Lucian and Revi in a bit of a not so tense standoff with this individual. Norvin and Charlie, you make it to the church.
Burst through the doors, look for that priest. The head priest.
You see the head priest talking with a woman with a tall bun with a golden cord weaved in for structural stability. Jet black walking cane with a rough orange glass top to it. You can both kind of look over. Looks like there's no one else in the church. Everyone else has been mobilized.
Norvin's gonna walk over and ask, "Why are you preparing for war out there? People just want to have their voices heard."
If people wanted their voices heard, there's mechanisms for that. These people want to burn things down. Frankly,
They're doing this because you won't listen.
we've tried to listen before. There's individuals who don't think any kind of oversight should exist, that people who can't afford for their medicines and for their resurrections should just be left to die. That is against our core principles, to just let people die.
It is, but it's not right to force others to pay for those people in such extreme amounts.
The amounts are out of our control. The materials cost us. There's armed conflict about to happen with your brothers and sisters. And all of your siblings there could probably use someone in such shiny armor.
But if we could just resolve this, the conflict wouldn't have to happen.
I would beg of you to go calm as many of them as you can.
Hey,
They can all-
hi.
Ah! Sorry.
Down here.
Yeah, down here.
Should Tay just ride on his...
Well, they were all looking up.
Yeah, could Tay just sit on my shoulder? Or,
Don't
wait,
touch me.
Charlie just...
Listen, the problem out there is that some people cannot afford your taxes with what they make. You're taxing them so much that they can't pay. And then they lose out on things that they need, like housing or groceries, and necessities.
We have guaranteed employment options for people. There's always somewhere they can go to work to make. There's always a deal to be made if they wish to have their circumstances changed.
What about people who are disabled? What about people who have a family?
What do you think the money we're taking from these other people, what do you think it's for? It's for them. Those who cannot work, those who cannot assist themselves. This is where we get the money to pay for these things.
Why are you also taxing them?
What? No one's taxing people who are not able to work.
What about the lower income people?
How about lower
Like-
income?
Well, yeah, but they have a lower income, and they have all the, like, say, a single mom who has, like, 6 kids. Where do you think her income's going to those 6 kids? She can't pay for the church. Why not charge the people who have more money more, and the people who can't afford it less?
The priests go out and they only collect from those who could do work and could pay.
Well, apparently
none of that
not,
should be
because
happening.
there's people out there arguing.
According
I
to
mean,
who?
everyone out there seems perfectly able to march and swing a torch around.
Look, man. The people who cannot afford to pay are still paying, so obviously something fucking wrong is going on if you're saying that the people who can't afford it are still paying anyway.
I am saying...
Something's happening.
And again, there's an armed conflict that may be about to burst out, and I'm one of the few people that can cause someone who has been recently become not alive to be alive again. And he pulls up a pouch that jingles slightly, and he's like, and I can do that a total of 3 times. That's it.
So you'd rather have a bunch of people die and then tax a bunch of people who can't pay for it
I don't know what you're talking
to
about.
bring 3 people alive
What?
instead of just stopping people from dying in the first place?
We collect coin from those who can work in order to pay for those who cannot and those who would otherwise die. I am carrying with me 3 stones that could cover someone's living expenses for a year, and that needs to be paid for somehow. We don't control the diamond
Norvin,
mines.
you talk because I'm about to fucking lose it. And I just turn around and look at the wall, like I'm this far away from the wall.
What she's trying to say is just because those people can work and those people do have an income, that doesn't mean that they can afford to pay for the church.
There's this elven woman with her hair up in the bun is just like, well, it would be a shame if you all had done a different set of governance that had coin reserves for this kind of thing. It's not what we're here for. And she gestures to the priest and is like, we're purely here to support. We're not exploiting anything. Well, hopefully all of our men will keep it nice and peaceful down there. Here's what I understand from looking at the books of this place. There may be a need for a few tweaks to your tax codes. Also, in communing with some of your deific powers, there's several people in that crowd that just want to burn something. And have handed out the means to do so to a bunch of people that are some reasonably, some unreasonably angry. My immediate concern is nothing burning down. No one dying.
Why not
no
give
one
them
being
something
harmed.
to burn?
Give them something. I don't have a large wooden horse to provide them to let out their aggressions. If that's what you're implying.
You didn't bring a giant Trojan horse?
I did
Come
not.
on. That's like rule number 1.
Always bring
It's
a
What's
rule
number
number 1
one?
of wars. Like,
Yeah,
Step
come
1
on.
war, always have a Trojan
Bring a
horse.
large wooden horse. That's how you win. That's step 2.
I'm not saying...
Step 1 is bring large wooden
Physic-
horse. Step 2 is win.
yeah.
Unless
I'm not saying-
unless you're the Trojans.
People are.
I'm not saying...
Oh, I'm a
physically
halfling rogue again.
burn.
Hold on. Charlie's middle of the scene. Charlie, yeah.
Are we good?
Yep.
Okay. I'm not saying something to physically burn, but something for the people to let out their aggression that isn't towards you guys. If you have something else for them to focus on to destroy, they're gonna spend less time looking... I'm not saying war. But they're gonna have something
Do
else.
not point them at it.
If the Hungry had some games they could go to.
I mean, yeah, actually. Ooh, Robbie would like that.
But
Festival?
the people that could afford, that can absolutely afford it, should be paying a lot more. The people that literally cannot afford these taxes should not have to pay if they can't afford it.
The priest.
And then I turn around
The
with
priest
They shouldn't
angrily.
have to-
The priest angrily chimes in with just a like, name them. Name the one. I will go to them personally.
There's more than one. There's too many to name. That's the issue.
Name any. Name a single person who is in these circumstances.
Are there windows that we can look outside?
Very basic glass that's mostly made to let light in.
People shouldn't have to choose between
Okay.
groceries and taxes.
I take my bell out of my bag and start clanging it as loudly as I can to see if I can get some people's attention.
I mean, it's just
Like some of the crowd.
it's literally the four of you that are in here.
No, like
Why are you banging a loud bell?
No, like I'm looking out the window towards the crowd.
Oh, no one would be able to hear you. It is a loud chant and marching metal feet, and you all are a good 200 feet away from any of that.
Norvin's gonna say, if we can stop this conflict before it happens, will you agree to change your taxes here? Make them more reasonable, and have the people sit in on the discussions for these taxes.
We have attempted that. Those people all voted to let the poor die. That's what you're
Were the
asking me
poor
to
involved?
endorse. That's what we came into. Before we took power, before we organized a taxation system to gain coin, to pay for things such as grain, such as food, such as shelter, for those who couldn't afford it, they all decided to let each other die. That's
The poor
the freedom they seem to be chanting for.
How long ago was that?
20
I'm not
years.
here and I can't say anything. 20 years?
In D&D terms, it's like last week.
20 years.
Much has changed in that time. Maybe the people's perceptions of this have changed. Maybe what they want has changed. Have you ever discussed that maybe it's time for you to change?
Young
Ooh.
Norvin, you have been here for 2 days.
And?
We've been
And?
here for 2 days, and we've seen a lot of really fucked up shit, man.
Where have you seen it?
Fucked
And
up
who's
shit.
doing it?
We've been here for 2 days, and we've seen enough to know that stuff needs to change.
What have you seen?
The riot.
go-
And Norvin points out the window.
I'm gonna leave the room and start walking towards the crowd.
The elven woman is just like, I don't know who these people are and how high up in your systems they are to have this kind of influence after 2 days, but good on them. Let's get to the command structures. And she starts leading the way. Lucian and Ravi,
Yes.
what are you doing? You're on a rooftop.
Is the pirate lady still there? I was away for a bit.
Oh yeah, she's just kind of like I'm just. Every once in a while, there's a, and there's a. Yeah. Yes. Okay. And then. I would.
Okay.
I'm going to jump to this next house if no one objects to have a better look.
Don't cause any trouble. And I'm gonna start.
Would never.
I want to
Is there any-
start making my way over like the rooftops to like somewhere closer to what's happening, so I can
I'm-
like, so that if need be, I could go down into the crowd.
Right.
I'm gonna head over to where I saw that harpoon guy earlier.
Okay, so you two are kind of like slightly splitting off, but you're both heading the same. You're both heading west, but Lucian's heading a little more north. Yeah, each of you make. Let's go with an athletics check. Not a difficult one. These
Not so
houses
good
are
at that.
15.
Totally fine.
Oh shoot! I opened my Steam. No.
Oh no!
Never
How
opened
did you
Steam.
open?
Uh,
How did you
10.
open Steam while you were trying to roll dice?
No, it's
So-
because I was. I have
Anyways,
physical
10
dice. I was
is-
rolling.
10 is fine. It's not. They're not difficult jumps to make. You both start leaping over. Ravi, it's a little awkward because it's like there's a little bit of a like, well, I'll see you around almost kind of attitude, but then you and the spy are just heading the exact same direction.
It's that meme of just like, I'll see you later.
Right. Right. So Lucian, looking northward, you still see that same figure. Give me an insight check.
And I will remember that I have advantage. Do I have... Okay, so that's an 18.
18. You went over expecting to see them watching the crowd, maybe watching the river, maybe getting ready to spear something. You see them just dead eye staring you straight in the face from a good only around 50 feet away, as if they were watching whatever you were doing over anything else happening. There's not even really a way to like hide from it. As soon as your head peeks over to see, you just see them like eye contact with you.
And then I continue over and I just give them a small wave, just hi?
Oh, you like get off the roof and...
I guess? They can see me. There's no point in hiding.
Okay, so you're going to work on going all the way over there.
Yes.
Ravi, you get into position, overseeing things, and you see what
about how far from the bridge am I?
You're about 30 feet from the closest
one.
Okay. It's not that far.
Okay.
And you see that all of the common clothes wearing priests, a few with shields, most of them with like just these straight wooden clubs, have been, in the time you all have been chatting with this spy, been replaced with these heavily armored ornate shield and ornate like warhammer, with like another line of like spearmen behind them, with other people that seem like they have more unique combinations of equipment versus just these front couple lines behind them. And there seems like there have been regular priests who probably prepared a bunch of healing spells usually. Maybe have one offensive in case there's a dragon attack kind of thing, replaced by these like professional soldiers. And the other priests are kind of just in a crowd back behind everything on the other side of the river. So what is Ravi doing? Just observing.
I wanna... I want to climb down, and I want to make my way to the front of the crowd at the bridge.
Gotcha. So yourself, as well as Lucian, are going to need to make some acrobatics checks just to down the side of the building.
21.
Yeah, that's a 9.
21. With a 9, Lucian kind of just goes to like just slide down. And then there's like a weird like tug as you go to come away from the wall, and you realize there is a fish hook that is like caught in the back of your clothes, and you kind of like you take 1 point of piercing damage as you get yourself free. Yeah. And it's embarrassing. That's the main thing. We can call it psychic damage.
The main damage.
The main damage.
I took 1 psychic damage.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because every time I think, I take damage.
You both climb down, and I would say Norvin and Charlie, as you all have been exiting the church and heading kind of towards this whole situation, you also do see a not that inconspicuous Lucian and Ravi kind of climbing down off the top of some buildings on the other side of the river.
I grab like the gutter and just like slide down.
Right.
How close are the two crowds now? Like, are they on opposite sides of the bridge right now?
Right. There is a loose crowd of roughly 40 priests that are on one side of the river. There's a dense crowd of a few hundred common folks, many who have torches lit and are constantly chanting. And then there are these like units of soldiers in the actual bridges and like just behind them. What's Charlie up to?
Norvin, if you go to the other side and I go to this side, go through the crowds and tell people the church is willing to listen if people calm down and to spread the word. And then I dash to the other crowd.
So, Norvin...
Point of clarification, though. There is no way across. Every bridge is densely packed with professional soldiers who are stopping anybody from doing anything. So it's not an easy
Not
like
even,
dash
like,
across
getting-
at this point.
Not even like getting through them to the.
I mean, you could try to
The
convince
poor
them
side?
to just let you through, but we'd have to cover that.
Norvin, can you throw me?
Can I?
Could you throw me over?
Is the river?
Like, if you
Um,
look at her size, she's like a football to me. So
right,
That is a good point.
sure. Charlie, you see the gap as you've seen the gap, you've crossed it as 30 to 40 feet, depending on where you're crossing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Aaron's a strong boy.
I'm
He
not
could-
saying it's impossible.
Do it. Let's
You
do
don't-
it.
Make an intelligence check.
Northern
Oh,
or
no.
her?
Oh no, we're all
Just
dumb.
like, let's see if you're smart enough to not do this.
Wait, is that both of us or?
Yeah, both of you can make an intelligence check.
That's a character decision.
That's
Jeff
a
over
two.
here, like,
It's my responsibility to tell you
are
if your
your
brain did the
characters
math.
dumb enough to do this? Oh no, they are dumb enough to do it.
It's gonna be funny.
I need the dice rolls.
4.
4.
I'm picking new dice.
What's Norvin up to?
Well, Norvin rolled a 2 on that, so
All
and
right.
he's picking Charlie
no.
up. And
Yeah, I mean,
loading
you
her up
have
with
no
footballs
other
coming
clear
up.
option other than just yeeting the halfling across the gap.
If someone dies, please someone make a wizard
Oh, go gadget halfling.
or an
Please make someone
artificer.
intelligent.
like
Please
random
someone who.
fireballs in the bowels of ship and just choosing to be thrown over a gap. All right, so Charlie tells Norvin to throw them across the river. Norvin, I'm gonna say Charlie's helping in this circumstances. You gotta get a running jump and then grab the hands and yeah. So Norvin, go and give me an athletics check with advantage, given Charlie's running assist on this.
Oh,
we
thank God
see
for
what's
advantage. That was a
happening?
nat 1 on the
Yes.
first one.
Oh no!
Me and Robbie are just watching. Oh.
That was a 10, and I have a 3, so that's a 13 on the second one.
Oh no!
So everyone watches in confusion. There's a Charlie...
Question. I didn't state this,
Ah,
but I have guidance.
no,
I would have known I'm gonna throw a halfling across
it's
this.
not gonna matter.
Oh,
You're not
God.
within a D4.
Just for reference, what would I have had to roll?
Higher. Charlie. Charlie, give me a persuasion check, because I feel like Charlie was shouting to everyone, like, the church will listen if you calm down!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Natural 20.
Yes.
As they plunge into the river,
The church will see
I'm so
It's
glad I
like
switched
that-
dice.
it's like that scene from Mission Impossible where he breaks his foot as he jumps across the buildings.
Yeah.
This is the persuasion check. Not the athletics check. So,
Yeah, it's 24 with my modifier.
it's very good. Anyways, so here's what's happening. There's this crowd, like loosely dense priests. You all kind of have to like angle northward-ish, but everybody's watching as you all do this. Like, Norvin, you get a okay amount of height. You feel like this was not close to working. Charlie sailing upward, everyone you can see looking in monumental confusion more than anything. The
Disbelief.
crowd goes from shouting, "No gods, no kings, no!"
What?
Like whole crowd's just like, whoa. People in the back going, "No, Matt, wait, what's happening?" Why do we stop? What's going on? As Charlie just, and in this dead silence of shock from the whole crowd, the church would listen. you calm down. And it's,
Somebody catch me!
and you realize as the arc starts to turn and gravity is taken over, you're gonna hit like dead center of this raging river.
I can't run on water yet.
And Norvin sinks.
You catch out of the corner of your eye someone rush forward. Hood like flies back, and you see these. Oh, I'll just hit the thing actually.
Is there art?
You see
cool.
a red robed individual with these fishman type features. This like green tinted beard that you assume is probably partly algae. Eyebrow rings pierced in a few spots above the eyes. Pretty strong features, and then it picks up this harpoon that has a rope tied to it, which is like leans to their back, and just and hucks it at you.
He's gonna fucking harpoon you.
And
Hey, Robbie, look, it's a sea elf.
and references. And you watch this harpoon kind of fly at you, and you're thinking, okay, if it hits me, it's gonna hurt, but I'll have a rope. If it misses me, I'll have a rope. And you watch it just go and into the bridge and like sink, and it's out of your reach, and you just fall into the water. Because apparently I can't roll above a 3.
Oh no!
And you're just like, there's just this like, damn. And like kind of yank. You see the yank of the harpoon back, but you're getting whoosh, carried out by a strong current.
Oh no!
Everyone who watches this whole crowd just dead silent.
Wait, I have to read the spells I have prepared. I don't think I have anything useful.
Yeah, same. I'm like, again, combat bard.
Combat bard, yeah.
Can I grab my rope out of my bag and try to throw it at the crowd?
That is gonna be hard and
Quick question.
possible. Yes, sir.
This didn't work at all last time I asked if I could do this. Can I use a spiritual weapon to try and, like, make something she can, like... Oh, well, I guess I could just make a normal weapon that she could grab onto, like a spear that she could grab onto the pole.
I'm not gonna tell you how it's gonna work out. You can tell me what you want to try to do, though.
It's they, by the way.
Right, Charlie's a they.
Right,
sorry.
Also. Should be easy.
Yeah, that they can grab onto. Yeah, I'm gonna make a spear that she can just grab onto the pole of.
How far away are they from the next bridge?
Looking at it, it's a intense current. Let's have Lucian make a perception check.
Dang it, so close. That is a... am I proficient in those? Yes, that's a 24.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You've deduced by the rate of the current, unless something drastic happens, they are going to make it to the next bridge roughly next turn. So it's a pretty rapid current.
Could I make it there first?
What is your speed?
My speed is 40, and I can dash, and then bonus action dash with Step of the Wind.
I will not tell you how it works out, but you tell me what you want to do.
How far away is the bridge?
The bridge is somewhere with the... You guys haven't studied the exact distances, so it may be 100 to 150 feet away, so it's somewhere in that range.
Gotta go for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna dash, and then use Step of the Wind to bonus action dash.
All right.
So I just turn into a blur.
All right, so you're trying to do that. Ravi, what are you trying to do?
Watching in disbelief.
Just.
I have nothing I can do. Like I'm.
Charlie. You were going to attempt to throw a rope from under some rapids.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna. Oh, as I
Rapids?
see.
It's very high current.
I see Charlie trying to do something. I'm just gonna like whistle, just like a.
You also.
I can't actually whistle, and then just like a wink and a thumbs up, and I'll give you inspiration.
Question: Is bardic inspiration someone you can see?
Can I not see them?
They would be hard to make out down in the water, and you'd have to get up to the edge, where there is a crowd also, although stunned and watching in disbelief.
I assume it's someone you can see.
I would assume so.
That can hear you. Nope.
Hey.
They don't have to. They don't have to see me.
Charlie, make a perception check.
Uh-oh. It's a loud whistle. I whistle pretty loud.
20 again.
Hey!
You become Sauron.
Ravi, burn an
I'm so glad I
inspiration
switched
die.
dice.
Keep that dice.
So you get
Keep
an
that
extra
dice.
D6.
Yeah.
Charlie, you have that inspiration die. You have that extra D6. So you are going to attempt to wrangle out your rope, wet, and toss that rope to someone who can hopefully help.
Oh no.
Athletics check.
What am I rolling?
Athletics.
Okay. Yikes.
You can add it after the fact, but before you know the result.
14?
And are you burning your inspiration?
Yeah.
All right. Did you roll the
That's with
inspiration
the inspiration?
Oh, I have to roll the inspiration?
Yeah, you roll a D6.
Yeah, it's a
It's a D6.
And add that to your
Okay.
14.
12.
12? What?
Yeah, I think they just added
12.
6. So.
Sorry, you had
Oh,
14
they just-
and then it's 12?
Yeah,
So they
because
just
I
added
just
6,
added 6.
and-
I didn't realize it was roll a d6.
Oh, yeah, no. Okay, gotcha. So like a wet noodle,
Oh no.
rope, gets maybe 5-10 feet up this like 20-foot rise.
Oh no. Charlie, no!
Norvin, are you doing anything about
Immediately
this situation?
after reuniting with your girlfriend.
Like I said, I'm gonna try and use my spiritual weapon to spot it right next to her so she can grab onto
Try
it.
to. Go ahead and make a spell attack for me.
That's it's a 12. I don't know if that's good or bad.
A 12 total.
Yeah,
Oh,
12,
no.
12 total. I don't know if that's good or bad.
I'm going to do something monumentally stupid.
So you take you form like a spear or something and just try to do it horizontally to hopefully catch them.
So that she
Said you
can
do it
grab onto
pointing
like-
right at them, and they go
So it's
straight
like-
through it.
It's like in front of her so that she can like
They-
grab onto
yeah.
it. Like, yeah.
Yeah. So right in front of them, you make the attempt. Charlie, you feel a little like thunk on your head, and you're like, "Ah!"
Oh, no.
But you bump it and are pulled past it before you can do anything about it. And what is Lucian wanting to do?
Okay, am I at the bridge?
So you burn a key point and go as fast as you can.
Just question: does that double my speed again, or just another 40 feet?
No, it just gives you another 40 feet.
Okay.
It's not, not tabaxi ability or anything. There are a bunch of people in the way.
I believe the way Step of the Wind works is that I ignore armored terrain, but I might be wrong.
Difficult training, you mean?
Yeah, difficult terrain.
That's the thing.
That's what I meant.
I don't play monks. I have no idea.
I have not played.
No. Is there like a railing I can run along?
Not particularly.
Can I step on their heads?
So you could. You have two options. You can try to go for people's shoulders and heads, or you can try to go for the edge where people are kind of packed up against the water, and try to skate that
I'm gonna go along the edge.
edge. All right, make an acrobatics check for me.
Okay, cool. I'm good at those. 19.
19. Pretty successfully. Just. And you are. You think if you dove for it, you could get the Charlie with all of your movement.
Here's the thing, though. I don't think I'm a good enough of a swimmer to carry both me and Charlie back to the edge.
Yeah, I'm not saying that would help. But you could
Yeah.
get up to. You feel like you would be able to start keeping up, but it's also dense people and a tense situation and stuff in the way.
How far have I moved? Have I moved all of my movement yet?
Yeah.
Dang it. I was going to... can I start, like, tying a... I'm going to keep running and try tying a rope to a dart?
Okay, gotcha. All right, so next turn you want to try to jury rig a rescue device.
Yeah, just
Cool.
throw.
Ravi, any plans? At this point, it's like somebody.
No, I don't have any other ideas.
Charlie, give me another athletics check.
Natural 20.
Oh,
Hey! Okay, those dice are blessed, but this is gonna come back to bite you.
this could be a problem.
Thank you, Dragon Dice.
That's nuts. So there's thrashing in the water. There are some attempts that are being made to throw together rescue devices. People are sometimes hindered, sometimes halted, but the crowd seems to have calmed down at the bizarreness of what's happening and kind of back up off of the this instant ledge, giving Lucian an easier way to run along. And there's the kind of the wet noodle technique of trying to get the rope up to somebody.
It's just like a pool noodle.
And you fling it up again, finally. Lucian's starting to work on some kind of dart thing. And you see this this thick half-orc woman, arm down, just like grab like the edge with one hand and reach way down and catch the rope as you're going by, and just wrap it around her arm and just give you a like tug that just, and you get free of the water just for a split second to breathe, and then you are like this pendulum with your feet still clapping the water as you dangle there. Lucian catches up and is able to get a hold of her, and a few other crowd members walk up and pull all of you up out of the trench of death that runs through the center of this town.
So Charlie is successfully out of the river.
There is a pause, and then there is like a cheer from the crowd as the waterlogged halfling of distraction has been pulled from the river.
Hey!
Thank goodness they are okay.
The churches will listen to you. You just gotta calm down. And then I just like flop onto the ground.
Like a wet
Their
fish.
first, their first words after nearly dying.
I was preparing my last words. I went and I checked my backstory and everything.
Oh god.
Yeah, I have notes for my.
Dare you, Tay? Don't you do that to me?
Oh man! All right,
I've already grown too attached to these characters.
All right, so Charlie, waterlogged. A strange amount of circumstances. There's some pats on the back from the crowd. There's some very still confused looking looks from these professional soldiers guarding these bridges. But everybody seems to the energy level just sort of drops. And everybody's just like, what was that?
Hey, who can't pay their taxes because they can't afford it? Raise your hands.
You see the crowd kind of like, the immediate crowd right around you, just all kind of just look at each other. You don't see any raised hands.
Get people, tell people, raise their, I'm gonna lay here.
So in this moment, after having nearly killed my friend again.
Right. Again. Oh, jeez.
God, I have to stop doing that. I like.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Nobody
okay,
nobody wanted to play, wizard or artificer and have a high int, so there's nobody around to be like, that's a bad idea.
Well, do we really have a choice? Like,
you can shout from the other side of it's 30 feet. It's not insurmountable.
that's.
I guess Robbie could have maybe yelled not to do that. That's possible, I guess.
It's hard to deduce exactly what they were gonna do because what they did was such a bad idea. It can't be that.
First, it was just like a hand on the back, and it's like, okay, they're just comforting each other.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, Charlie is in the air.
Oh no!
And it's like,
What's happening? I had to feed my dogs.
We're just talking
They're
about.
making fun of me.
Well, I mean, hey, Norvin was as much involved in that as you were.
Right.
You are both
It was
equally
my
at fault for this dumb
Oh
idea.
god, I've nearly killed people too
He
many
still was
times.
the one to chuck you.
Nearly?
I asked.
Norvin, you committed several murders.
Not against my
Manslaughter.
friends yet.
Manslaughter.
Fair enough. Manslaughter, right.
Yeah, I meant manslaughter.
Can't spell manslaughter without laughter.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna go over to the guy who had the harpoon.
Okay. You're in the middle of this really dense crowd. Everybody's just, and you've just helped Charlie out of the water, and they're good for like half a second, and you're just like, all right, bye, and they like turn and like walk up, heading uphill. The crowd just kind of like gives you a nod and lets you through. It seems that there's some sort of like maybe leadership, maybe just random people in the crowd, but a gap has been made, and the head of the church is talking with a few people. The crowd is still like ready to do stuff, like the torches are still lit, but there is currently conversation happening at the front. People are keeping it down enough that they can, in practical terms, can speak. And Lucian's heading upward. Ravi is on the way, though. Ravi, what's up?
As I see, all of this happen and the crowd has somewhat calmed down, I want to kind of push my way through the crowd up onto the bridge, because you said the bridge is kind of like a dead space, right? Where there aren't protesters and there aren't military, right?
No, it's just there's the professional military people who showed up took over the bridge.
Okay.
And then there's the church priests on one side and the crowd on the other.
I come out of the crowd with my hands up. I don't know, like kind of step forward from the crowd. Are they pointing like their spears and their weapons and like ready to fight?
Front lines, shields with like war hammers ready. The hammers were down, and as you approach, the hammer kind of comes up and gets ready. And this high elf looks you in the face and goes, "What's up?" Like in Elven, and he's just like,
In Elven, I respond, my friend has seemed to diffuse the situation a bit.
"That was your friend."
Acquaintance.
We have,
If you-
we have
these
trebuchets
people-
that they would fit in well.
We don't have brains.
If you pointing your weapons at these people are not the way to gain their trust.
I don't particularly want their trust.
Why not? That's how you start to build something better than the way things have been before.
I'm paid to block and hammer, sometimes toss a firebolt.
This is just like a random
It's
guy
just
at
the
the
guy
front, right?
in the front, yeah. He's
Oh,
just
okay,
got
I
his
thought this
shield
was like an
there.
important person behind them.
No.
Can I talk to someone in charge?
I'm gonna talk to someone more important.
I'd like to talk to the manager. Harnessing the power of Karen for good.
Turns over, gives like a head nod to one of the people that's in the rear. Similar armor and another high elf. This one with like a slight scar on the side of the lip, but no shield, just a long sword at the side. Walks up, and again in Elven, it's just like, what's up with you?
Not much. Just trying to diffuse a hostile situation.
What's that accent from?
Where is my accent from? Question mark. I don't remember. There's a name. Oh
I'm
shit!
an
We did
orphan.
come up with a name for it. I just don't remember.
Emergency Googling of own backstory.
I gotta go back. Yeah. Is there a more general region so that I can not say specifically where I'm from?
You are from the Iron Kingdom of Zundinal, specifically the Eastmost sub-kingdom.
I'm an orphan.
Eastern Zundinal. Why?
Pretty far eastern, I suspect.
Pointing your weapons at these people is not a good way to stop them from causing trouble.
Pillaging.
You're turning your cells into the thing they think you are.
Make a persuasion check.
All right. I'm gonna roll that dice that's been rolling high.
Dice.
You're a bard. You're
Not
good
bad.
at that.
Not bad. Not bad. Persuasion. That's 17.
17's pretty good. Looks you in the face, and in very plain, in like old, formal Elvish, is just like, which side of the river would you like to be on, my lord?
Gosh, this is out of character. Me thinking Ravi's much quicker to think. Just
Ravi's
fun fact.
like on it, but
Yeah. He's so much faster to think about this.
Jonah needs a minute.
Yeah.
Jonah has no brain. He's gay. I'm allowed to make that joke.
Is that a reference? I didn't get that reference.
She-Ra.
Oh, okay.
Main character's a lesbian without a brain.
Yeah. I look back to the crowd, and I'm gonna take off my my weapon belt. I'm gonna take off my rapier and my dagger on my belt, and I'm gonna throw it to the ground. Go back to your homes. We can resolve this peacefully, please.
Make an insight check for me.
Okay. 14.
14. Charlie, got something to chime in on? You are
Can I see
waterlogged.
this happening?
Vaguely. You've kind of finished coughing up water and like drying yourself off, and standing up.
Too far, right?
You're still pretty far off though. You're a good 100, 200 feet down river. And you see, but you do just catch Ravi just as he drops his weapons.
I'm still laying on the ground, but I like wiggle out of my bow and like. Ugh.
You're on the ground and just like roll over and drop the weapon.
Nobody touch that. We're making a point.
I want to look back at the military people and say in Elvish still, see, it's not that hard. And then I'm gonna turn back to the crowd.
You get a sense of like most of these military, this like professional military, they're just basically doing their jobs. They're very professional about this. They're here to hold the line. That's their whole thing. As you turn back into the crowd, you catch 2 or 3 people who are just intermingled in the crowd, but you kind of notice just like a vibe off of them that made you like think of looking at them in particular, and you kind of watch as they like look at each other and go, and they're doing some kind of combination of nods and like head shakes, and it looks like there's a small minority in the crowd that looks like they're planning to do something here in a moment. You don't know what that is, obviously, but still.
I narrow my eyes.
Lucian.
I was gonna ask a question earlier. Do the more professional soldiers look more like, the word has escaped me, mercenaries, or do they look like legit like kingdom soldiers?
No, like shining armor, highly detailed. This is not a patchwork crew of hired mercenaries. This is a professional.
Okay, so it's an
army
actual
unit.
legit army.
Legit units of common background and training. Norvin.
Just Norvin witnesses Ravi drop his weapons and everything, right?
Yeah, he's pretty observant, and he's right around that area. So, sure.
Can
So
someone just scoop those up so we don't have to buy Ravi new weapons?
So Norvin's gonna say, I agree with him, and drop his shield and mace. Basically, so now it's like people on both sides.
Right.
You know?
As that is happening, there's a few commoner folk who kind of look around and be like, peacefully, and like none of them had like weapons drawn. A few you've seen have weapons like hidden on their person. And then they all kind of, some of them look a little confused, like, yeah, they're talking. And it's like pointing at, because a head priest is actively talking to some people that are talking like the next.
Oh, okay.
And they all just sort of like, point are you trying to make here? It's already happening. But you.
The power of friendship, and this gun I found.
Everyone watches though, as from the crowd there's this sharp like whistle, and then out of the crowd there's this. You see roughly 24 per bridge. These bottles just fly out onto the bridge and all over everyone there. The bottles, the soldiers are still paying attention, so they all just kind of like raise shields. And it's just like glass, some are pottery, but there's this like smash, and there's like, come on. Directly in front of you, Ravi, in particular, the one that's just like, and it's
Is there like liquid in them or anything?
Yes. You see some sort of loose oil coat all 3 bridges and the people on them. Some of them covered, some of them just next to it, and they're all just like, "What was that?" And then there's a no, and you see a wait, what? From one spot.
Terrorism is not the answer.
I'm gonna shout to the people behind me.
Charlie in particular.
Back up!
Charlie in particular, you see someone you recognize, someone you stole a scroll case off of, walk up and reach in their back and then go, wait, what? And then, but on the other 2 bridges, Charlie last game stealing the scroll of Firebolt off of somebody in the crowd.
I stopped terrorism myself.
Yes.
Charlie, the preventer of terrorism.
Saving one of the 3 bridges.
There he is.
Oh, man.
The CEO of terrorism.
Oh, jeez. So, Ravi, you're one of the quickest mentally of the bunch. You see oil, and you hear now, and you see people pull out these scrolls that then disintegrate and form a little bead of fire that they point out, and you watch as this bolt of fire, you're like, back up, and this bolt of fire just goes past and down into the water, because you still gotta make a spell attack when you pass that scroll. I
grab my rapier and
you reach down your rapier.
And I ditch the scabbard in the really cool, samurai way.
Everyone, so for whatever reason, there's a huge mistake at the lower bridge. A complete whiff of a spell attack. The next one up, and then the third one up, you just see erupt into fire, catching all the soldiers on fire. Charlie, yes.
Would I be able to use a scroll or no? Because I don't play magic users, so I
pretty sure you gave me the scroll.
Did I?
Do believe Charlie handed off the scroll.
Yeah, because I can cast spells.
Okay.
Right.
So.
But yes, I have a house rule on it that it's an Arcana check based on the level of the spell you're trying to cast from the scroll.
Okay.
I feel like a good way to do it would be 10 plus the spell level.
Yeah, that's generally my perspective. And then when I'm in games and someone rolls an Arcana check of like 18, I'm like, hey, they're good, and they're like, they don't know what happened. I'm like, shit, it's a wish spell, and it's just like, oh no, it's just a DM that has a different system on that.
I wanted to shove that scroll down that guy's pants.
Or it's just a prestidigitation scroll and there's nothing to prestidigitate.
Digitation. So let's do a quick roll of initiative just to get an order for me.
Shit. Did I ever meet the guy who had the harpoon?
I mean, he's watching as everyone nearby him erupts into flame.
Are you okay, sir? That went under my computer.
Man, that's not a 5 or a 6.
14.
Oh, 14. Oh, okay.
14 here as well.
It's 15.
18.
Nice.
We're all good on that one.
You're on it. Okay.
We all have dex builds. We're all speedy, except for someone.
About half the crowd goes like, "Whoa!" as this one of the bridges just fully ignites, and a bunch of soldiers like, "Ah!" They're like, "We need water, and any kind of help." First up would be Charlie at the southmost bridge with this individual that just tried to do something and then realized they didn't have the scroll on them, and you do recognize them. So apparently the fireman of this particular bridge.
Yeah, I'll pick up my bow and then run to him. If he's too far, bonus action dash.
No, he's like maybe 10 feet from you.
Oh, okay. And then I'm gonna punch him in the dick.
Dick punch.
Punch him?
Would you like to punch him in the dick with your dagger?
Yes.
Okay.
But with like the hilt of it. Like I don't want to stab his dick. I just want to.
No, stab his dick.
Jesus.
My dad
Cut his
probably
dick
just
off!
heard
Cut his
that.
dick off!
All right.
Balls and all.
Make an attack.
12?
12 is a miss, unfortunately.
That guy's got nuts of steel.
Kinda like, I picture you just like drawing the dagger, giving it a flip to grab the blade end, and just trying to nut tap with the hilt.
That's exactly
Sack
what I'm
tap.
doing.
There's just a little sack tap attempt, and then it just like it just dodges.
Stands
without
up on his toes a little bit.
Right. Good times. Anything else from you?
I should put my more
No,
intense
I'm
music
good.
on.
I'm good. I just want to punch him in the dick.
Gotcha. To the enjoyment of many.
Oh! Bonus action disengage.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then you want to like dart through the crowd a little bit. And,
Smart.
yep.
Yeah.
Disengage, run through the crowd a little, as the individual's like, ah. The next up is actually the Triton that is up at the now flaming stone bridge. You all watch as he just reaches out, and it's like a bit of the white water that is splashed upward just grabs it, pulls over, forms like a horizontal line, and a sheet of water is created horizontally over the whole group, and then it just immediately just relaxes, and this whole wall of water collapses on everyone and just puts everyone out.
You mean onto the bridge?
Creates this over the bridge, and then it just falls, and it puts out roughly 80% of the people there instantaneously, and washes out a lot of the other fire and everything before really anyone has been horribly injured by this. People have been burned slightly, but there's definitely a look of recognition from these soldiers who all just give a nod, and it's just like, I came here to fish. Get off the bridge. It's just like just not that entertained by what's happening here. Up next would be Norvin.
Okay.
Didn't we both roll 14?
He
I rolled a
15.
15.
Oh.
You and I rolled 14s.
Yes.
Oh,
Ravi
I
rolled
misheard.
14.
And I was just like, don't I have a higher dex mod?
So, Norvin loves to be the center of attention.
Mm.
I'm gonna try and... No, not at all, actually. But I'm gonna run up to the center of this bridge, like, kind of in between where the soldiers and the riders are.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna cast light on my plate armor.
Okay.
To basically glow.
Yeah, middle of the day. As someone who carries a tactical flashlight everywhere they go, not a huge effect. But visibly glowing armor, yes.
Yeah. And I'm also going to use my Furbolg trait. Oh, wait.
that both be action?
Oh no, that would be an action. Yeah, because I just get to. I messed that up then. Okay, that doesn't matter though. Norvin's going to scream, "Stop!" and just like put his arms out and be like, "Just everyone, stop this! We don't have to fight." He's gonna end with his shield in one hand.
Yeah, give me a persuasion check.
Oh, I'm not good at these. That's a 13.
All right. Shout out to the crowd. People seem to be starting to like scatter. Some people clearly showed up to chant, not to, start fires.
Murder.
Yeah. So.
Murder.
All right. And Umbra with Lucian and Ratty. You guys are kind of the same-ish time frame. So, what are you up to?
Can I see any of the people who actually launched the fire?
So you want to take a good look at the crowd and try to figure out who's who on the throwing stuff around thing.
Yeah, because I want to test out one of my new spells.
Cool.
There's three bridges, right?
Right.
There's the first one that like the important elf person was on. There's the one I'm on, and then there's the one Charlie and
north one caught fire. You are at the middle one. Lucian's about halfway to the north one from you, and then Charlie is down at the south one.
Okay.
So Lucian.
Wait, so
and
Norvin's
and where's Norvin?
Norvin's on the west side of the river, between the middle and the north one, where he chucked Charlie into the water.
Right. Okay.
I just ran on to the north. Wait, which
Running.
bridge was I closer to?
You're
The
pretty,
north or the middle
pretty
one?
centered on it. You guys needed the two of you needed a kind of an empty spot to chuck. So
Yeah, I would have
Anyway.
ran onto the middle one.
okay, so
Before
you're heading back
screaming at
towards the
everyone.
middle one while
Yeah.
blowing you. So what is Lucian doing?
I can see one of them, correct?
Make a perception check.
Uh, 17. Right. Sorry.
17. Yeah, you spot somebody. You spot one of the people who chucked these flasks. You see one of them, yeah.
No, I was looking for the ones who cast the spells.
Oh, okay, you do not see that particular person in your area.
Then I'm gonna head over to the bridge.
The north or the middle?
And north.
Okay.
And what's happening over at the north bridge? It's still slightly on fire, right?
Yeah, it's nobody there has had a chance to do anything yet, except for the water wall guy.
I'm gonna start trying to use my ice powers to put them out. It worked before. Might as well try again.
Okay, so you're gonna try to ice punch the fire to put it out?
More like on the people. If there's anyone still on fire, because you said that only 80% of the people who were on fire got put out.
Okay, so you run up and try to put some people out. All right. Yeah, you run up. You get to one of the people that is still currently on fire. Looks like they haven't really been hurt yet. You all are pretty quick, and you just run up and start patting out the fire. Yeah, straightforward enough to do, especially with ice hands.
Cool.
Ravi, what are you doing?
I can see the one who shot the firebolt that missed, right?
Yeah, you were right by them.
Because they were like directly in front of me.
Right.
I want to cast suggestion on them.
Nice.
I'm gonna do like a big whistle, like look over here, and then I'm gonna say, "Get over here and turn yourself in."
You must know a great lawyer. He just walks forward and be like, "That was me." Puts the hands behind their back and like leans back up against the like soldiers.
Oh, they failed.
Very badly.
Yeah.
Nice.
How are I weird? As they're coming up, do I notice if they have any sort of like symbols or markings on them?
The first thing you notice is two more of these little like glass jars of oil on his belt.
I'm gonna take them off him immediately.
You just be like, "No, thank you."
Yep, those are mine now.
You burnt your action, so it's the like next turn before you're trying to gather oil off him.
Sure.
Charlie could just be like, yoink, 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 mine.
Right, because thief
stuff. Dope thief stuff.
Yoink.
Dope thief yoinks.
Okay, and then
but
with
you
my
just-
bonus action,
Mhm.
I'll whistle to Charlie again, nod at them once we meet eyes, and give them another bardic inspiration.
Nice. Charlie's fan inspired. All right. 90s music references aside, that's y'all have gone.
But I don't think any of us got.
I'm old.
Oh.
I'm more in the 60s and 70s. Sorry.
Oh my.
I'm more into the 15s.
I was born in the wrong generation.
Oh.
I'm more. Yeah, I like the 80s than 80s and 90s. If we're talking about the 1590s. History nerd joke.
There were definitely no injustices in the 1600s.
Never, not even one.
Definitely were.
I
I
was
think
thinking about Monty Python.
I think I honestly
help! I'm being
was.
repressed.
I think I was born in the wrong generation. I think I'm like 2,000 years late.
I think I'm early, honestly.
I don't know.
I'm your king. You're not
I'm where I'm
we didn't
supposed to
elect
be.
you.
I was born, and now I'm here, and that's my life.
I exist.
I was
without my
born, which is
consent.
generally regarded as a unfortunate thing.
At the beginning of time, the universe was created.
All right.
Why
Moving
would
on.
I say
Moving
everyone
on.
was widely
Nope. Moving
considered a
on.
bad guy?
No, we're moving on.
Sorry.
Can't be sorry while you're still doing it. All right. So. There we go. All right. So the rest of the guards who are not on fire put out the ones who are still on fire. Before a couple other apparent bad actors from the crowd, a few other flasks fly in. Oil gets splashed. Nobody's really heavily injured. The soldiers move into the crowd. Most of the crowd disperses immediately. You all did
Can I use my?
well. You all did a good enough
Alright.
job. Yeah, we're in between your turns, but you all did a good enough job calming things down, and with some nat 20s and some other rolls, the common crowd calmed down enough that the bad actors had to flee because they didn't have as much cover. And there's currently a short chase going on, but most of them get away in some way. And then, except for the suggested individual who was just like, that was me! It's the best thing to do in my entire life is turn myself in! And they are arrested immediately and taken into custody.
Could we just suggest him again to give up his friends?
That's still not your turn.
That's the plan for later.
So, they are hauled away, at which time you notice the head priest has already been, like, pulled away immediately because there was, like, a bunch of oil
Terrorism.
that smashed and splashed around him, and was nearly, engulfed in flames.
Terrorism.
But due to consequences of actions you made last game, the head priest did not get immediately coated in fire, and possibly thrown into the river or who knows what. But crowd is dispersing on both sides of the river. It seems that some conversation was had, and they have a prisoner that they can question as things disperse. Lucian.
Now that everything has calmed down, is the Triton still there?
Yes.
I'm gonna go up to him.
One track mind, ignoring the entire city's situation. You do walk
Correct.
up. You do walk up on this Triton. He looks you in the face and it's just like, looks like Bridge is gonna be free in a minute.
All right. Saw you were eyeing me up earlier.
Yeah.
What was that about?
I mean, you signed up for this. As he makes a fist, which goes bursts into fire, and then
I do the same with
that.
that.
Signed up for that.
I do a lightning fist.
Makes sense. Well, turns to the soldiers, who most of whom he saved their lives, and it's just like, can we have the bridge? And they all just sort of like there's like a dozen soldiers who are just like, he put me out, so yeah. And Charlie, what are you up to?
I want to go try and dick punch that guy again.
Chase him down for dick punches.
Yeah, I didn't get a second chance.
That's true. That's true. The crowd is dense and people are heading out, but make an investigation check.
Nope.
This is exciting.
Do want to know what you get though.
5.
Oh.
You're pretty sure you found him. Everybody has pretty similar looking below the waist garments, but you're pretty sure. You think the issue was trying to use the dagger for a nut tap. You just go for a punch.
We'll go from behind, underneath, and
Yeah, do the scorpion.
Just Johnny Cage.
Yeah, roll an attack. It'd just be strength and proficiency. It's just going for a punch.
A strength and proficiency?
Yes.
So 3 minus 2 plus 2.
Hey!
So for a 3, there's a like, you catch like inner thigh, because people are like running. You catch inner thigh and end up kind of like just glancing off the butt, and then somebody turns around and you realize it's a completely different person.
And just wanted to say, nice ass. And then away.
Nice. Nice save.
It's like,
Hold on.
trained.
Wait a second.
Trained individual assassin darting through the crowd, getting ready. Like, I'm gonna punish these wrongdoers. Nice ass. And,
You're an assassin.
all right, so
I'm sorry.
that occurs. Things got dense and confusing very quickly, and you did not roll above a 5, so you did not find the individual you would like to have nut punched. However, chances to look through the city and hunt people down are always available. Lucien, yes.
I have a question relating to the whole dragon duel thing.
Okay.
Which is what I will. I know outside help and magic isn't allowed. Am I allowed to use my own magic? Because I have magic now.
Is it technically your magic?
You don't?
I am casting it, yes.
Make a history check.
Because, I mean, it depends on each DM, but, like, some DMs rule it that it's... warlocks learn from their patron, or their patron just literally gives them powers, so who knows?
Right.
That's a 17 total.
17 total. You are not sure. It's meant to be a duel of the individuals and their prowess in the abilities that they are working on and training in.
Okay, so
there's also, as you look around, you also observe that the only people that know the rules to this kind of duel would be you and this guy. There's no one around to call you on a technicality of a violation of rules.
I'm still gonna be honorable. Lucian's a pirate, but they're more like a one-piece pirate.
Cool. All right.
That's the way I can describe it. Okay. Lucian's just gonna go into a fighting stance and get ready.
The soldiers have all parted. Ravi and Norvin, even Charlie, kind of circling back to find the rest of the group, look uphill as Lucien is squaring off against the guy that put out the fire of the bridge at the north, and the soldiers are all just separating and like watching and like letting things happen.
All right.
Lucien, roll initiative.
All right. That was a 14.
Charlie starts drinking. Was that initiative?
14.
14? Cool. Ravi?
I know Jonah wasn't actually there for that session. When that happened, was Ravi there?
No, Ravi was not physically present for that.
So Ravi
No,
doesn't know what's happening.
Because it was before we even met you, I think.
No, it happened to session.
Yeah,
there was like the first session I was there, and then like a couple or something. I definitely just missed it that time.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
I think you missed the actual duel day, and Ravi was heading back to the settlement at that time, I believe. So no, you're not really clued into exactly what's happening here. But you do see Norvin and you see Charlie in particular come around the corner, recognize it, and then just be like, and pull out a flask and start drinking.
Not again.
Sit on the ground to watch, enjoy the show.
Right. Lucian, what would you like to do?
No weapons. I'm just. I'm gonna go for a lightning breath.
Nice.
Oh, six.
And let me just remember what the save for that is.
I will actually go ahead and set you up here, so we can have a kind of a visual reference, because there are some choices you are making that you might not actually want to make.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Is the bridge still covered in oil?
Well, and also perhaps there are guards behind them.
And also people.
Oh, that's a good point too.
Could possibly lightning breath.
I thought we cleared off the bridge and we're fighting on the bridge.
You are on the bridge.
There are still people,
as described,
nearby.
There are people observing that are surrounded to watch, essentially.
Okay, can I move in a way where I won't hit them?
You will be able to see in a moment.
Cool. And I will continue trying to find. Okay.
What?
Okay, so it's
No.
8. It's 8 plus proficiency plus wisdom modifier, so it would be 13.
So a 13 dex save. So which breath weapon
Yes.
are you doing?
Lightning, because I feel like Lucy, in this situation, Lucian's gonna feel like using ice when they technically aren't supposed to have it yet is kind of cheating.
Now, I meant which area effect are you doing?
Oh, I'm moving so it doesn't hit anyone else besides him first.
Yeah.
So 20 feet away.
Looking at the map, where are you intending to move?
I'm backing up.
To where?
Actually, no, I'm gonna move to his left.
Okay, so you're just gonna go. Okay, you're gonna go right up there.
And then
Breath weapon. All right, out to over the river. Gotcha. And that is
I definitely thought that was a. Sorry.
What is your difficulty class there?
13.
13. Cool. Yeah, go ahead and roll damage.
Okay.
I definitely thought that that Lucian's miniature there was literally just like a Goku mini for a second.
Did I?
It was the right colors, and I was like, wait a minute.
That is 6 damage.
6 damage. All right.
Because I don't add my dexterity or it to anything, right?
Right. It's just double your 2 dice of your martial arts die.
Okay, and then I'm going to punch him.
Nice.
That's a natural 20.
Hey.
I have a question. With my arm wraps, does the crit count for the lightning damage as well?
It does.
Okay, so that's 4. That's 4d4. I need another d4. Shit. Guess I'm using a metal one. That's 4, 6, 10, 14 damage.
14 damage. All right.
Nice.
Pretty hefty.
And then could I use Flurry of Blows to hit him one more time?
No, you declare flurry of blows before you decide
Right,
if
sorry.
you attacks.
Okay.
All right.
He's
Oh, it's a
taken
bonus
total of
action.
20
right.
damage already.
Looks a little hurt, but just turns.
I figured.
There is the harpoon that is currently just like sat aside, but you notice the rope is still tied to the rope coil on his back. But he just squares up and starts throwing some punches.
Okay, I was just about to say, if he uses the harpoon, that's cheating, and I will start cheating as well.
So that is, oh my goodness, that's terrible. Yeah, 11's not gonna hit you.
It's not.
A 23 should though.
Yeah.
So that is 8 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, that's not too bad.
And make a Constitution saving throw.
Oof. Uh, 16?
16 is fine. Goes into a flurry of blows himself. That is a natural 20.
Oh no.
Is just another 8 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then another Constitution saving throw.
That's cockeyed. 15 this time.
15 is still good, and a 15 to hit.
Does not hit.
Nice. There is a woof, pop, pop, woof, a cascade of blows coming in, and you can feel the influence trying to get into your nervous system, essentially.
He's trying to stunning strike me, bastard.
He is. And then just circles to this side of you, fish form apparent, and it's just like it's a bit of a like.
Wait, what level is this guy? That's a level 5 skill.
You think everyone that's coming after you is going to be your exact level? No.
Fair enough. I mean, to be fair, he's only 1 level higher.
As far as you know.
No, possible.
Yeah,
He could be higher. I'm hoping he's not.
Level 20 monk.
I'm going to die.
Lucian, it is your turn, unless somebody else wants to do something.
I think everyone's just watching at this point.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, Ravi just kind of like looks at Charlie sitting on the ground drinking their whatever.
You want some?
Just like is that normal? Yeah, sure, I'll have some.
Charlie, you've seen this happen before. But yes.
Sure, yeah.
All right.
I'm going to...
Norvin's gonna shout to Charlie. I'll toss better next time.
I'm gonna
Hey,
move.
you want a drink?
I could use one.
I'm gonna move to his left again and then do another breath attack because I can do that twice before I need to start spending key points to do it.
Got it. All right.
Sick.
It is a 13 saving throw.
That is a 12 on his end.
Okay, so he's gonna take 5 damage.
5 damage.
And now, this time, I'm going to Flurry of Blows.
Got it.
That's a 19.
19 is a hit.
And that is 9 damage total.
Got it.
For the first one.
Cool.
Because I still... is it only once per combat, or do I just, every time I breath attack, I add the extra d4 of lightning?
It's the once. It's
once per breath
the hand
attack,
wraps
right?
when you add the extra damage.
Yes.
Right. It should be once per short rest. Yeah. Or no, it's proficiency per short rest. So this would be your second time.
Okay. Yeah. So it basically as many times as I can breath attack without ki.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's still 9 damage, and then the second flurry of blows. That's 6. That's gonna be 16.
16 is a miss.
Fuck.
With a zap in the gut, and then the next one in, and just catches at the wrist.
How injured does he look?
Pretty messed up. That you're not sure that last punch would have did it, but it would have been whether or not that last punch did it. It's breathing heavily. He's just like, all right, fine. Goes into his first 2 strikes. That is a 17 on the first.
That meets.
That is
Man.
a hit with
It meets it, it beats it.
9 bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
Burns another key point to make another Constitution saving throw.
Natural 20.
Ooh.
I am not being
Nicely
stunned.
done.
Totally fine. The next hit is a 22 to hit
Ow.
with 7 damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Enjoying this
and-
because it doesn't have any world stakes, you know?
Right.
Just,
And
just laughing at Lucian.
it's a question of if they want to burn another key point on a stun or if they want to save it to flurry. I'm betting Lucian looks pretty messed up.
Yeah.
Is gonna go for the stun.
Oh.
This is part of his style for things.
Unnatural 20 this time.
Nice.
18 plus 2.
Jeez. Toad's fine on that.
Augies.
This is dangerously close.
It is. He's gonna burn his actual last key point for his flurry of blows.
You said, didn't he already do his additional attack?
No,
And
that was the second attack.
Fuck. I might die here.
Yeah.
Oh my. That is a 14 to hit on the first one.
No, it does not hit.
Did not hit. It is time for a on the board roll, as I'm guessing it comes down to this last hit.
It might, it seems like.
That is an 18.
Ooh.
Plus
Well,
7.
Lucian's dead. I'll go make a new character.
You're not dead,
You're not dead. You're just down.
That is
Rules
the-
are fight to the death.
That is the lowest roll that he can make, which is 5 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, I'm. Wait. I have 1 health.
You do. That's amazing. All right.
Oh.
Also, I remember it's like fight till someone's down and you can decide to kill them or spare them.
I don't believe Charlie actually knows all of the rules on it.
Eh.
No,
No,
that's just what you had
that's
said
one of the
last
points
time.
we talked over last time before he fought him.
Ah. I believe Lucian's understanding is that it is a to the death thing. But
Yes.
Okay.
it is going to be up to Lucian on what to do. Everyone observes these highly exhausted individuals in what has really been a very quick battle thus far of a flurry of lightning and strikes going on.
It's just a freaking JoJo fight.
So much happening in that minute.
Okay. First attack. That is a 19.
19 is a hit.
Okay. That's 8 damage.
8. There is this whack. Your first regular starting out punch of the fight. The jaw goes slack for a second, and a look of like determination is staring you back in the face. Is not yet dropped.
And then I'm going to use my last key point to flurry of blows.
Go for it.
That's a 24.
That is a hit.
That is 7 damage.
Yeah. And then
Down yet?
you have your flurry of blows. So roll your next attack with advantage.
Okay. With advantage?
With advantage.
That's 22.
22 is definitely a hit.
And that's 5 damage.
5. There is an awkward moment where if you, in my head, I was saying if you do more than 10 points of extra damage, you're gonna knock him into the river. which then happened.
Oh.
In a desperate flurry to not get killed yourself in this situation, there's a pop, 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 and his
I just like dragon uppercut him into the river.
there's a goosh.
We're gonna need to retrieve that body. I just realized.
Yeah,
no.
don't you need that butt tooth?
Shut up about the butt tooth.
The whole crowd goes, and all the
Never.
soldiers go, butt
Sounds like a
tooth.
pirate name, honestly. Like Captain Butttooth.
Yeah.
Dragging on the railing as you move forward, some of the oil catches fire as his hand dragged across it, and you all just almost instinctually just grab the fire off of the railing, and it doesn't burn your hand. You feel it get hot, but it just surrounds your fist, and you gather the fire that he's apparently left behind as the body just
Sick.
goes downriver.
Boo!
Hell yeah.
Butt tooth!
Well, bye.
Butt tooth.
So do I need the body part?
Pardon?
Do I still need to go retrieve the dragon bones from his body, or?
That is what you had believed to this point, but you are currently holding fire in your hand.
I'm gonna try and do some fire punches.
Yeah, the crowd watches as you punch and fire extends slightly from your hand.
I am going to go take a nap. And then they just like keel over.
Oh my goodness.
We're gonna take a short rest right on the bridge
Just
during the
immediate
conflict.
pass out.
I am the winner, and I am very tired.
So, is that gonna happen in every city we're in?
It should only happen twice more, at most.
The crew gathers up and pulls
I
Lucian
guess
off
three
the bridge.
times. I guess 3 times because Ice still have to fight that champion, but.
All right, well, congratulations, I guess, on just killing that man.
There is a
Why
bit of
did you-
confusion where the soldiers are like, are laws imposed yet? And they're just it's like, no, we're just here for support. Be like, all right. And they just like part and let you all pass.
Okay.
You get the sense
These random
that
motherfuckers.
you get the sense that the laws of just killing someone for fun in the street is a little different where they come from.
I mean, they did just kind of like square up and then like fight each other. So like, I mean,
It's a high adventuring town, high
Yeah.
adventurer passing through kind of town, so they have right to fight
questionable.
going on.
They probably know something's going on.
I mean, they just watch you claim fire fists from a Triton stranger. So yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, they're like the like random people who live in New York with the Avengers, and they're just like, oh, there goes Iron Man.
There goes Thor. Hey, look, it's Spider-Man.
I picture a little bit more like a Highlander battle. If you ever want to go watch the original Highlander,
I have.
it has
I've seen
problematic parts, I believe, if I remember right. But there are sword fights in the city, and then you're kind of like, what? And it's just like, yeah, they murder each other. The cops are mad, but you know, they don't have evidence for
It's whatever.
it. Right?
What are they gonna do? They're immortal.
What's a decapitation between
Yeah.
mortals? Butt tooth. Hashtag butt tooth getting trending. Okay, that sounds good.
Captain
We'll all
Butttooth.
We'll all get on Twitter later. Hashtag butt tooth.
Who put that in chat?
Someone unknown. Unknown.
Unknown.
Unknown.
Completely.
No one could know.
Completely
No.
unknown.
It's a ghost.
Yeah.
Ghost Butttooth?
Ghost butt tooth.
No. So can I use a hit dice to recover health?
Yeah, you all are all dragging away. Norvin, you notice after
Captain.
after a moment, the harpoon that had been like stuck into the stone, the rope gets taut, and then the harpoon just goes into the river.
I don't think he's Oh wait, no, the rope was tied to him, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I think his body's drifting away now, and Norvin points like in the direction that his body would slow down.
Do we want it?
Well, I thought he needed the butt tooth.
Lucian's a girl.
I thought she needed the butt tooth.
If one or more of you says the words butt tooth, I'm going to use magic to throw you in the river.
Oh, you could try.
Butt tooth, and then I run away. Bonus action dash.
I'm going to use lightning lure on Charlie.
Go ahead and cast.
Charlie needs to make a strength saving throw.
A strength
Oh, no.
save. Oh no. Because we're all so strong.
That was
Norvin's a
almost
strong
a
one.
2
Norvin
minus
is.
2. It's 16.
Yeah, you pass. You're fine. Just, hey, damn it. Not really good at this magic thing yet.
All right. So I gotta look something
That was way more intense than the first fight.
I mean, yeah, you're on the mainland now.
I'm so glad Lucian
Shit's
didn't
getting
die.
Oh, is
so-
lightning lure a cantrip?
Yes, lightning lure is a cantrip.
Oh,
It's from Tasha's.
Yeah, it's cool.
gotcha.
Basically, if someone's within 15 feet of you, you can yank them 10 feet closer, and then if they're within 5 feet of you, take 1d8 lightning damage.
Zaps.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Pretty neat.
I'm trying to take a lot of battlefield manipulation spells, like yanking
Yeah,
people
cool.
towards me. And once I get level 2 Warlock, I'm gonna take the Eldritch Blast thing that pushes them.
Oh, cool, yeah. Get over here! Get away!
Get away!
Get over here!
Anyway.
What if you took the Eldritch Invocation, both the Eldritch Invocations that pushed and pulled?
Yeah, you just like... Every
You just
time they
become
get
sick.
blasted.
You just become Sans.
Yup. Yeah, and then you have somebody there's one spell. There's only one spell I know of that doesn't say willing movement. It just says any movement where it does like damage to them. But it's basically makes like a bunch of stone spikes, I think, on the ground, and you just basically like rubbing someone on sandpaper, except
Oh,
the ground.
yeah.
That's just stealth.
Yeah, another warlock that I play with, they mental prison and then Eldritch Blast them out of the mental prison,
Or
which does a butt ton of damage when they exit it.
There's
Booming Blade plus Lightning Lure would also be good.
question.
Booming Blade is willing though.
Question. Where do you all take Lucian?
Probably just back to the Flapping Dragon.
Flapping
Well,
Dragon.
I have a question. Is the fight done? Like, I know Lucian's fight's done, but we have like a revolution on our hands.
I am
Revolution-
dying, Norvin.
The revolution scattered rather quickly. There were apparently a group of people that were planning on throwing some blasts of oil and using some fire cantrips to then light that ablaze to make their move. It didn't work out. A few haphazard torch throws as people ran didn't actually help much. But yeah, it is relatively scattered at this point. Ravi, yes.
Was I able to snag those flasks of oil from that guy?
I believe so. Yeah, you didn't have anything else happening in between, and the guards there they had been just talking with you, so you had a relative trust value on that. So you have 2 flasks of oil.
Cool.
2
Yeah,
flasks.
Norvin's just gonna try and pick up Lucian and carry her over his shoulder. And
Okay.
just-
Carry over
Thank you,
the Flapping Dragon.
Norvin.
yeah.
Lucian's just... Would Lucian be bleeding, or are they just incredibly bruised?
Incredibly bruised.
Okay.
Is the situation.
I have like a couple spots where like the skin was broken, but
Don't worry, guys. They said all the bleeding's internal. That's where the blood's supposed to be.
thanks, Nick Miller.
A bartender with that you haven't seen before, medium length beard, sort of a patterned red and black tunic, kind of walks over. He's like, "Hey, I heard you had a I heard you had a bit of a fight out there, so this one's just gonna be on the house there, Captain Butttooth. And sets the ale.
I hate all of
Catching
you.
on! Yeah!
I hate all of you. This is supposed to be a serious tradition, and y'all are making a joke out of it.
No, we're making a joke out of you.
That's not much better.
No, it's not, but, you know.
Very serious.
Yes, incredibly serious.
Do not mock Captain Butttooth.
I have a question. You can roll more than one hit dice during one long rest, right?
Yeah, you just have to decide how many you're gonna roll when you decide that you're gonna roll.
I am going to roll all of them.
Do that, Charlie.
I'm gonna, after I scamper off, I'm gonna go pick up a bouquet of flowers and then go back to my apartment.
All right, make an investigation check.
8, 16,
17.
17. You go kind of down to where the docks meet up, because you kind of imagined that might be the best place to look. You get down there, and most of the stalls are closed. Word had gotten to everybody that everything needed to be closed. As you're searching around, you find just a couple of kids that have like a couple of like flower crowns that they've made of these like daisies, and that is the one source of flowers that you spot. As you walk over there to maybe talk to them about it, you see that they are currently staring at a dead body that is hitting the surf at the base of the river, apparently slightly being dragged by a rope, as this dead fish man, crisped and cracked, is there, and these two children are just kind of looking.
Traumatize these children,
hey,
Lucian.
Whichever one of you, I'll give you 1 gold for one of your flower crowns.
A gold?
Done.
Oh,
He's like still shocked. He's like, yeah, sure, and take the flower crown off and hand it over.
damn.
It's sort of like it's got blue and white flowers that have been like alternating and go around the head, and they take a gold piece, and there's like
Cool.
now there's a dead body and a gold piece that's shocking them.
You guys don't want to. You guys go home. This isn't something that you should be saying.
There you go.
Charlie's like the same height as them.
Sure. See,
Probably shorter.
Charlie, make a persuasion check for me.
Sorry, I have to scroll down. 12.
12. The kids nod and turn and start like walking away. You kind of watch them walking away for a second. As you turn back, there's a large hulking figure that has no legs that you can see, just a swirl of water up to the torso that is 2 hands over, puts a hand in the chest and starts to drag, and it's like stuck on the rope, and a familiar face turns over to you and goes, "Hello. Hope you don't mind."
Hey. Nah, whose body's this?
He turns it towards you. It's the Triton from the fight,
Oh, sick. Yeah, I know that guy. Have fun.
They usually swim away. This one can't.
Because he's dead.
Bad touch, bad touch.
Call that our second sacrifice to you then.
Kind of like pulls and goes, "Do you have something to cut the rope?"
Yeah, sure, man. And I cut it.
Walk up with your dagger and just like... Many
Have a good day.
You as well.
I will, man.
Carries the body down into the water.
Is the genie just our friend now?
So, anything else Charlie's doing?
Yeah, I'm going home and giving the flower crown to Izzy.
This is like, not my problem. I just start walking
That's
off.
Lucian's problem. By the way, I was going to say earlier, I rolled my hit dice. I am back up to 27.
Okay.
I rolled all of my hit dice.
Yeah. Ravi, what's up?
Yeah, just my way to just to remember from my brain, uh, the equivalence of like a gold piece to like our money is roughly like a gold piece for $100.
Yeah.
You just gave that kid $100 for their flower crown.
Yeah,
I
like
started with like 17 gold pieces, I think.
Yeah.
yeah, here's the thing. I always love the idea that if an adventuring party strolls up into town and starts paying for everything with gold pieces, people are going to find them suspicious. Like how you'd find someone spending everything on $100 bills would find suspicious.
Yep.
True.
Just kids.
Everyone just walking around with like $20,000 in cash each.
Well, and,
Yeah.
well, I was gonna say, and walking around with an excessive amount of weaponry, but that's also again American.
Oh yeah, because who doesn't walk around with like 8 short swords?
Yeah. I did
if
see
you're
a
gonna-
guy walking around, not just open carry, but he had 2, like just in case he needed to like.
If you're
really
going
Wild
to
West that
equate,
shit.
you know,
I don't know
if
how
you're gonna
many.
equate the gold.
Right. I don't know how many ninjas he pissed off in his private life, but
Nah,
anyhow.
Wait.
Oh man, I was looking down at his name and I was like, oh yeah, that never came up.
What, the Tritons?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
he's Decor now.
I-
The
I didn't need to know his name. All I know is that he's the fire champion. I need that.
Fair enough.
I'm
All right,
going to kill him.
moving on. So, Lucian in particular is essentially just tending to wounds, not even really able to be that chatty, but just like kind of finding anything cold to put on bruises. What are
My hand. Just
yeah, hands work. So Ravi and Norvin, are you two up to anything?
Norvin's gonna head to the church.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go with Norvin.
I'm going to go with them as well.
You're taking a short rest.
Oh right,
Yeah.
shoot. I thought that had already happened.
No. So Ravi and Norvin heading over to the church.
Yeah, I want to see if we can talk to that guy that I had turn himself in.
Hey, actually, he's still under your influence for what, an hour?
Suggestion is just, I think they just do the thing that you suggest to them.
Oh, right. They're not actively charmed. They're just doing. The
It's
thing
like
you said.
command, but better.
Right. Super command.
Because you can actually tell them what to do instead of like 6 specific things.
Yeah. Well, you can come up with your own words for command, but it just has to be a single word.
Right.
Yeah.
So Norvin and Ravi heading up to the church. Quick and easy enough to do within a like. Actually, the flapping dragon is only a couple hundred feet away from the church, so you guys just walk right over.
Perfect.
Yeah, flapping dragon is technically on the rich side of town. It's just on the rich side of town. It's near enough.
Barely.
The more common folk is a quick trip across the river. But heading over, you see a contingent of these armed soldiers are inside the church, sort of getting themselves set up. Looks like they're planning to stick around for a minute. But yeah, you can see the woman who is in charge of these people, apparently, at least the one who had the swagger, up at the dais with the head of the church. And then common priests are moving around. It seems like about half the number are still kind of out and about, and then half have just secured the area.
I'm gonna go up to someone who looks official
Okay.
and just like, where's the man who turned himself in?
Oh, that idiot. Oh, you're the one who you flickered at him and he did the thing, huh?
Yeah, I have some questions to ask him.
Help us out. Let me show you. Goes to take Ravi off to the side.
Melvin.
You coming with Norvin?
Yeah, I'm coming with him.
Come on.
They take you downstairs.
Come on, boys.
It looks like there are some rooms downstairs, very simple ones, and there is one that looks like it's had a hastily set up like crossbar of wood to stop the door from being able to open freely. And there is a little like slide access viewer that they have to kind of like stick a dagger onto to make it move over because it looks like it's meant to be moved from the inside. And what is up with you, Rowdy?
It's just like a piece of wood from like the door to the other wall because
Yeah, it's like it's been very recently installed.
Yeah.
You feel like it just got put in. That they may not have active jailing systems here. But yeah, and the guy's like, it's in there. You want to talk? You want to go in? What's the...
I think we'll go in.
Yeah, we'll
Alright.
walk in and try and talk
Been
to him.
searched. They open up the door, and you can see just fat lip, closed eye. You all been gone 10 minutes, and this guy's been worked over once or twice already.
Damn.
There you go. Yeah, he tripped on the way
I guess
down.
they didn't use a phone book.
Okay,
Gotta watch
John
your step on
Mulaney.
those stairs. And he's like, yeah, that's good advice. Kind of like half recognizes. Goes, you're the one who suggested I be here.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, thanks.
That was more just, I wanted to ask a few questions.
So,
You wouldn't be the first.
knowing Ravi's about to ask a few questions, Norvin's gonna give him guidance.
Little pat on the
The
back.
difference between me and them, though, is that I'm not here to beat the shit out of you.
All right. Sounds fair.
Norvin's like this big buff guy just in the corner in full plate.
He's the bad cop.
I want to know why you did it.
Gonna have to be more specific.
Why did you and your people wish to set alight the bridges today?
I'd rather not divulge that information. As you can tell, I've been resistant
I
to
could
this
just
point.
make you again.
Shit, that's right.
Got a good point, bro.
Rather have my wits about me, I guess. From what I've been told, it's a real shit deal going down here. You got these people coming in from the north, expecting to take everything over. You got people coming in from the east, expecting to... I don't actually need to know what the deal is, but anyways...
So you've been told.
Yeah, we had a lady. She gave us a crate of these oil flasks and a couple scrolls that could set some fires. Supposed to disperse the people guarding the bridge so we could get to the temple.
What did this lady look like?
Weather beaten. Like you, half elven maybe?
Fuck.
Brownish hair, bits of gray.
Oh shit, do I have disguise self? I'm gonna check if I have
Did
that.
you take this guy's
I do have disguise self. I will disguise myself to look like the pirate person that we met on the roof.
Oh, fuck you for setting me up. I had some good men out there that are probably beaten or dead in an alley.
It's still me in my voice,
Oh! You didn't...
and I turn myself back.
You're doing it now, you
No.
didn't do it before.
No, I ask like, did she look like this? And then like I turn,
Yes.
and then I go back. Fuck.
Right.
All right.
Anyways, these elves are dicks. They've got their own systems. Why
Yeah.
would we replace service to a god we don't worship to service to a king we don't worship? That's moronic. It's no gods, no kings, no masters, not no gods, okay kings.
Yeah, and why would you set a bunch of gods alight for a bit of coin?
Rumor was it, these elves were coming in. We proved them ineffective. The head priest doesn't hire him, doesn't agree for their authority here. So they only want so they can control the road up to the Dwarven Kingdom. Circle the rest of the continent.
So you set people on fire to prove it.
I got a feeling you might have set somebody on fire if you need to. The hardened
not on
soldiers,
fire,
they'd have been
but-
fine.
Not exactly to prove a point, though.
River right there also to jump into. That was kind of
Generally,
a
the
deal.
people I set on fire deserve it,
Yeah.
and you know, it's not to prove a point.
You had a lot of your lands raided by the kingdoms up north. No?
Do I?
It isn't, no.
Out of character?
No. Nobility don't really know what it's like to have their kingdoms raided.
Yet.
Not yet.
You and your people. Is there a way that to identify them?
If you know them. I mean, it's gonna take more than a... I'm gonna make you try to make me.
Yeah,
gonna
okay.
just
I'll
Give up all my
All right.
friends.
And I cast suggestion on him again.
What do you suggest?
I suggest tell us everything we want to know.
He goes, see, the thing you want to do is you head down, you head east to the edge of town, and you're going to look for, like, an X. It's going to mark, you know, the spot, so to speak. You're going to look for
Right.
the freshest one on the eastmost buildings. Once you find that, then you go behind that building, and you just kind of wait, alright? Now, if you can make a little bit of a clicking noise, that's kind of the indicator for somebody who's walking by to come pick you up and take you into the building. They usually blindfold you on the way, so you can't actually see where you're going. Fresh X, chirping noise. Wait till they come gather you. I should mention. They're not all good people. But some of them are good people. Now, honestly, if you took some aside and just decided to negotiate the tax rate and a couple of people, I mean, if I'm totally honest, most of them could work it off. If I'm totally honest, they could probably figure it out. There's a one or two that are falling between the cracks, but most of them would be fine. Church does an okay
Of your people or
of the movement in general. So, the exact tax rate, yeah, it's not ideal. But if I'm honest, it's not a ton of people that get shipped off to the islands to work till they're out of there. Not a, you know, church does alright. But, you know, is what it is. Someone's gonna make some extra coin to tear shit up.
Alright. Anything you want to know, Novin?
That answered all my questions.
Surprised you didn't want to know anything about the High Priest.
Well, now I do.
Well, now I'm intrigued.
Now I'm curious.
Oh! Yeah, you
What-
see, the High
what's-
Priest is pocketing most of the coin that comes through.
Of course he. I look at Norvin and it's just like, of course he is. Obviously.
So,
Of course.
I mean, he walks around in
That-
pretty
that would
common
make
clothes,
sense.
right? And even when he armors up, it's pretty regular armor. And even his weapons are pretty dull and normal. But, you know, he leads from the front a little bit, I'll give him that. But the thing is, he's got a secret bunker somewhere. We don't know where, but we suspect roughly 10,000 gold pieces is hidden somewhere in the city.
Damn.
Probably under a building somewhere. There's really no
That
way
is
to
some
know.
rough distribution if I've ever seen one.
Now,
Gib.
the only way to
No.
get it is probably to beat him to within an inch of his life. And honestly, if you're gonna do that, you gotta take the last inch afterwards, because then you're gonna die if you do it. And he's not terribly hard to get by himself. I mean, we've scouted him out. He takes a couple lonely walks at night. I think he's got a lady on the on the cheaper side of town that he likes to go to.
Of course he does. And where
Like
is
every
this
like
lady?
every good priest.
Pardon?
And where is this lady?
Oh, all I know is poor side of town. We didn't actually track. We're not here to hassle her. She's just doing whatever she's doing. But he should be on the alleys in the way. And if he's by himself, you just drag him behind the building.
Do you have any information about this lady?
Do you know what she
No,
looks
I heard
like
she's
at
a
all?
redhead. That's all I heard.
So we're mugging the church now.
No,
No,
not the
they're
church.
mugging the high priest.
Yeah,
Different.
and it's not really mugging. We're just getting back the gold he stole from the church.
Wealth redistribution.
To us.
No, not to us. Maybe a
Partially
portion
to
of it. Maybe a portion of it to us. But
Well, it's like a finder's reward.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you gotta find it, Lord. I am Italian.
Like, yeah, we only found
Bada bing, bada boom.
5,000 gold. Sorry, guys. All right.
The greatest thing ever.
Anything else you guys are gonna ask, or?
Oh, do you know anything about Lady Firehair?
Firehair? Yeah, Firehair.
She seems rich, and she resurrects people who died far away, and she's the only one who can do that, apparently. So they pay her pretty well.
Is there anything fishy with her that you know about, or is she pretty good and upstanding?
Pretty legit.
I don't know her. She kind of keeps to herself up there.
Is there someone we should talk to if we want to start negotiating with either party?
If you're gonna talk to us lads who threw the oil and whatnot, what you're gonna do is ask for Elil.
How do I spell that?
Elil.
Thank you.
All right. And is there sort of a leader of the movement in general?
Oh, Elil is who you want to ask for.
All right. Well, my friend, you've been quite helpful. Let's see what we can do for you. No. I don't.
Well,
Yeah. All right. I'm going to talk to the guards.
let's see if we can cut a deal on your sentence here.
Yeah.
Don't tell them about the gold.
No, we're not going to.
Good.
I'm gonna exit the cell.
Sure. Yep.
And I'm gonna talk to whichever guards or whatever are posted outside of it.
Yeah, there's some guards just nearby. They kind of kept their
Alright.
breath. They thought you were giving them a third workover, so they kind of just left plausible deniability space.
I'll go up to them and say, I've cast a very special spell on this man. I will know where he is and how he is at all times. If another hair is moved out of place on his head, I will know about it. And I'm not afraid to tell anyone about it either.
Make an intimidation check.
Cool. Think I'm good at that.
It's a charisma skill.
I am good at it actually.
You're a bard. You're good at that stuff.
Yeah, so that's a dirty 20.
Nice.
Pog.
And the part of him's a little cocky at first, and he's kind of like, all right, it's fine. We've gotten what we can out of him anyways. Waiting for the ones who can glean the truth out of him by force, magically and fully, and they'll be on their way in the morning, so technically no reason to give him another workover.
Norvin's gonna walk out of the cell now and walk up to Ravi and kind of tap him on the shoulder and be like, "We have a priest to catch."
Guards
Quietly, I assume, so that they don't hear.
Quietly, not. I'm not gonna shout it in front of the guards.
All right, so you two do you
Robbie
exit?
gives him like a kind of smirk and like a "we sure do" look, and I assume we exit the church.
Indeed. All right, so you all go to catch up with the rest of the group, essentially.
Yes.
All right. While this has been happening, Charlie, there's an awkward moment as there are people scrubbing down the bridge that was covered in oil but not lit aflame. But they've pretty well cleaned it off by the time you're getting up there. You are able to cross over and make your way back to your new home, where you go upstairs, and you do see. How are you entering? Are you just walking up? Busting in the door?
Yeah.
Wife!
Babe, I'm back!
Make a perception check, I guess.
4.
4?
Will Charlie ever make a perception check?
Running gag.
Thanks.
So Charlie just walks in. You have your own key essentially for the place. Unlock, open up. You see her at the other end of the room. Looks like just like folding some like blankets together and like sets them down on top of a trunk. And you're like, I thought we were hanging out and getting breakfast and lunch. It's nearly noon.
I know. I'm sorry. I got you something, and I give her the flower crown.
I think. Did you get a little bit of tunnel vision out in the field? Puts it on.
A little bit. There's some shady stuff going on, and we were trying to figure that out. Make life here
Generally
a little
is
bit better for you.
How was the protest? I didn't go up. You are soaked.
Crazy. Yeah, I almost drowned.
Forgot about that.
And
Yeet.
Norvin threw me in the river. I asked him to. Well, not into the river. I asked him to throw me over the bridge, and then he didn't do it, and I landed in the river.
I got close. Not really.
No, you did.
I can't say I totally understand, but lunch?
Lunch.
All right.
Is there such a thing as a D&D party that doesn't have stupid ideas?
So there's a small fire going off to the side. She gets like puts a pan on. You see her like.
Hey, no! I'm making this one, and I.
Oh no.
Okay. And yeah, let's have Charlie make a cooking check. I don't know that you are proficient in cooking utensils.
I'm not. What am I rolling?
I'm gonna call it an intelligence check.
It could be wisdom.
It could be. It's not.
Yeah.
Did you roll a natural 1?
No, it's a 6.
Hey.
Food is
It's
prepared.
great, honey.
Technically, you see that she had set up a already gotten like ready to go, like half a chopped onion, some like mushrooms that had been sliced really thin, that looks like a tomato paste in a jar, like these little like fresh made tortillas that had a nice fluff to them. Charlie just like rips up the flatbread into as small as pieces as possible, scrambles it into some eggs, throws it on the pan, puts like the tomato paste and then like the onions and then the mushrooms all on top, so there's no chance for them to cook at all, and so it's just a burnt bottom, and then still some like kind of raw egg on top, with veggies that are meant to stew a little bit, just like straight on top of that, and then just like onto the plate, and it falls a little bit, so about like a quarter of the toppings kind of tumble off to the floor, before and the scoops back onto the plate.
Why don't I buy you lunch? I'll buy you lunch.
Everywhere's closed.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Flapping Dragon might be open, but most places shut down for today because there was going to be that big protest.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why don't you just lay down? It seems like you've had a day. Go get a change of clothes.
Okay, I'll go change, and then as she's doing whatever, I'm just gonna give her a tug from behind, hindering her ability to do things, but not letting her.
All right.
This is the most wonderful couple, and I'm here for it.
Just making me realize wish Lucy knew where their girlfriend was. I want the sweet domestic scenes too.
Lovey-dovey scenes.
They're so adorable.
Okay, so, she goes in and cleans everything because she has to. Gets out some more mushrooms and gets everything set up again. Manages to like scramble the eggs, throw them in, immediately throw in the vegetable. These little flatbreads get the tomato paste smeared on it, which then just goes right on top of the raw egg. By the time that's happened, she's like flipped it, and then the bread toasts on the bottom while the rest of the stuff in the middle cooks the rest of the way. Rolls them up, chops in half in like about a minute each, and she makes like 5. She has these like sort of like egg roll with like fresh flatbread ready to go. And by the time you've changed your clothes, there is a whole like breakfast and lunch with snacks like ready to go. You're kind of almost surprised. You're still like apologizing and like changing clothes, and then by the time you turn around, it's like ready. She gets the pan off the fire, and it's like, so here you go.
Thank you. I give her a kiss.
Thank you.
Charlie's about as good at relationships as I am. This morning I woke up my boyfriend by just poking him in the face until he woke up.
Ah. Oh man, I actually make those, by the way. They're really good. So
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like flautas, kind of.
I don't know what that is, but
Okay.
I don't know.
A little bit.
I don't know. It was on the Time to Eat on Netflix. Plug. Hashtags not sponsored.
Yet. Sponsor us, Netflix.
Sponsor me.
I mean,
I have a heist movie pitch for you, Netflix. Go ahead and sponsor it.
I have a question. In this heist movie, do they blow up half a ship?
Maybe. The thing is, it's a cast of crazy characters, and there's a big twist, and then a twist, and then another twist, and a betrayal and a reversal. So every
The
heist
twist is
movie.
they're bad at everything.
The twist is, it was all twists.
And one of them never makes their perception checks.
Yeah.
wait, it's all twists?
It's all twists.
It always
Oops,
has.
all
twist.
been.
twists.
The twist is oops, all twists. Oh my goodness.
I have made a mistake.
Yes, indeed.
Are you stuck now?
We must live with our choices.
Umbra becomes cyborg.
Right. So you actually have like a pocket snack. You may consume that as a bonus action to get temporary hit points equal to your proficiency bonus.
She must have the chef
She's a
feat.
chef.
Wow.
Chef feat.
That feed is awesome.
Pretty neat.
Great flavor.
It's flavorful.
Pun intended.
Free me.
Okay.
I love
Fun
that.
overload.
Free me from these mortal chains.
All right, moving on. Please. Okay, so Charlie, after lunch, you make your way back to the group. Question
With
mark.
her.
What? Who? Huh?
With her.
With her. Oh, okay, bring her along. She's sort of like one of
Yeah.
those moments where it's like, be like, oh yeah, let's go out to my work. Fine. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's the only place that's open. But you do see the rest of the group. Ravi and Norvin, you have had a chance to catch up with Lucian, who finishes her long rest, or short rest, I should say. Short rest is had. She looks pretty ready to go. The sealed up eye, after putting ice on it, is open back up, ready to go. A little bit of bruising,
be like,
but none the worse for wear, fighting wise. Yes, Charlie.
Hey, Lucian, I saw your genie guy at the beach dragging in a body. Let's all go to the beach.
Are you sure that's a great idea?
Yeah, out of the town. Let's go to the beach. I'm like kind of looking over
Go to
at
the beach,
Isley,
beach?
like,
Let's go to the beach.
Nicki Minaj.
Beach episode?
Ravi and Norvin in particular, you all are aware of, like, some info to, like, possibly get a huge payday and possibly take down corrupt priest. I don't know which one you want to prioritize.
Give me the money.
There's a civilian around currently.
True.
Oh, that's a good point.
Might want to wait till the...
But is she a narc?
Let's leave her out of
Charlie,
it.
is your girlfriend a narc?
And if you did...
Yeah,
wait,
Charlie. No.
If you did
Is
wait
it- would
till
your girlfriend-
the...
I look to Charlie's girlfriend.
Point of information. If you did wait till evening, that would be the time the priest was supposedly going out and doing his business. So, but yes, what is happening?
I would like to look at... Oh, sorry. You had a finger.
oh, she's seen me do some pretty fucked up. She's been with me through a lot of pretty fucked up shit. She's good. You can trust me.
Does she want plausible deniability?
Sort of like regular deniability is fine.
All right.
Oh, cool.
And I guess we share the information we got at the corner table so that no one hears us.
Yeah, like, kind of eyes
Oh,
wide, like...
I got my key back, by the way.
Your key back.
Yeah,
your key
because
points.
yes,
Yes.
I get it back
Oh,
at the end of a short rest
Short
as
rest,
well as a
key
long
points
rest.
get back, yeah, true.
Yeah,
I thought you were meaning like a lock and key, and I was like, wait, what from?
I was at a graduation once where, they're reading off the names, and there was a notable pause. And then the person went, I don't remember the first name, but the last name was, "Where's my house key?"
Wait,
Great.
like, is that an
Like his actual name, and which explained the pause of the person reading the names. Who they clearly saw this name. That's probably not spelled "Where is my house key?" But phonetically reading it, going, "This fucking kid's last name is Where's my house key?" And is clearly trying to work out in his head other ways to pronounce it that aren't "Where's my house key?" But it's just the kid's name. Where's my house key? And you know what? Hey, it's not like kid can't control that. That's the name. That's how it's
Cool name.
It's
the
like
way it
kind of rad. It's just like,
Yeah.
have you met Where's My House Key? And it's just like, this is a bit from the 30s that you're trying to start with me, and I don't really know where it's going.
I feel like we should be fully rested if we're gonna try and mug a priest.
Well, he's just a priest.
Well, we could start a long rest now, and then, like, very late at night.
Norvin, make a religion or arcana check, whichever one you feel like.
Religion or arcana? I am going to do religion.
Cool.
That would be a 20, dirty 20.
Nice. You are aware, based on the skill set that he has, and the fact that it'll be like at night, that if you were gonna jump a priest that has been doing wrongdoing and has been screwing people over, and that probably doesn't actually have the favor of your god, and from what you've heard about what he can do, this actually, if it's just him, this won't be that difficult. Like, it's mostly going to be restoration magic that he has. He's not that well armored. He's not that well armed. He doesn't have backup. There's a whole bunch of deciding factors that are like, if you wanted to, you could totally jump this guy.
I was going to tell that to everyone. I don't think he'll be able to stop us if we go after him.
But if we just capture him, what's to stop? You know, like, we need some incriminating evidence on him. We can't just have the word of this person. Because, according to them, he is a criminal.
You can
So
just
we
make people do stuff, right?
Well, if they're weak-willed, generally, but I don't know how strong-willed this priest is. I mean, I could try it multiple times, but
Could just.
We could just have our friend Charlie follow him for a bit. See where
I mean,
that
yeah,
leads.
try and find where he lives and try and find something there.
Rob blind.
I mean, it's probably
blind.
it's probably somewhere in the church, right?
Now, while you all are discussing that, Isley chimes in. I have heard a rumor that supposedly there's someone... I mean, people have always suspected, based on how the taxes work and how much coin flows through the city, that somebody's collecting a bunch somewhere, and that they probably... If they won't tell you the location, they probably have a key somewhere locked up.
Really?
And I mean, if you get that key, I know a couple people that could look at it and tell you where the safe probably is. So, you know, things get a little sideways.
Would be very helpful.
Bring the key
We
over.
could
I
just.
give her a big kiss.
It's like,
Yeah.
So,
I just look slightly uncomfortable, and then like look at Norvin, and then like look at the table for a second until they're finished.
as does Lucien, but more out of jealousy.
I imagine they're
Fucking
not
girlfriend
finished immediately.
Yeah.
Just find your freaking girlfriend the first.
From the
the
bar,
things
there's a
like the
hey,
full-on,
and then
like-
there's like a pause and go, I'm off the clock, and then it goes back, and then you two finish up there.
Sorry. She's always been really good at intel. Intel, it's kind of hot.
I didn't think you were gonna say intel that I was really good at, but okay.
Well, I mean, you're good at a lot of things.
Lucien's
Oh
gonna
my
go.
gosh, you guys.
Lucien's gonna go outside for a second, scream, and then come back inside.
Fair enough.
Sorry, I had to let that out.
You assume we just all hear it.
Yeah.
It's like
Right outside.
it's like we hear those footsteps like outside. Ah!
No,
And then
it's
just,
more like
the
a-
walk back inside. Hey,
It's more like
I'm back.
anime scream, just. Ah!
Well, Lucian goes
And then-
perplexedly like outside to scream. Isley's just like, oh, that's weird. All right,
I miss my girlfriend. Okay,
go to therapy.
I can't afford it. Also, I don't know. Is therapy a thing in this world?
People talk to people. Calm
Charlie,
emotions
you have
is a
the most
spell.
badass girlfriend. I love her.
Me too.
Who needs therapy when you could become an adventurer?
Eh.
D&D adventuring is basically just free therapy.
Now
We-
is
For the
If we could
trauma.
find some sort of receipt or something as well that keep track of it for him, his own sort of bookkeeping of the gold he's stashed away. We can't just go in with a key and our word against his.
I would
While he is
imagine-
a piece of shit,
I would imagine
he's
he'd-
still an influential piece of shit.
And I would imagine he'd keep that on him, or somewhere tucked away in his personal. Ooh, or maybe
We're
with that
going
girl you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to have to mug him.
I think
Anybody
I
got
think first, before we mug him, I think we have a conversation with that girl he's been seeing.
good idea?
Isley like picks up the literal mug and he's like, heh.
Mug.
Look, the poor side of town has some girls. They do some things that they do.
Mhm.
Some because they really like it, and some because they are in a tight spot. And
That's fine.
just get some coin. But if you
Some
can
people need-
avoid, if you can avoid hassling them, especially with the northern elves moving in, please avoid hassling them. There's
No, we're not hassling them. I just want to
any
perhaps if he stays with her at all, perhaps he's stashed something there.
any pressure, any presence on her establishment can draw attention, especially after today. There's gonna be guards wandering around a little. You'll need to pick your
If I
moment
were-
anyways.
if I were to, I mean, I'm very clearly not a guard, and I'm an adventurer. Adventurers go to girls like that all the time.
I mean, I just look like a straight up lesbian. My hair.
Fair enough. All right. Charlie, yeah.
So,
Who's gonna
Charlie
notice
up.
me?
Still Charlie up.
Norvin, you can make other people invisible, right? Or is it just yourself?
It's just myself, and only for a short while.
Damn. Okay, well, I'm still sneaky anyway. If you guys wanted, well, you were checking that out, I could tail the priest tonight. See where he's going, what he's up to.
I could, however, change your form. Or, no.
I have a
think that's
disguise kit.
also
I can
only
use
on
that.
Self on disguise self, yeah.
Right, yeah. Sorry, I got that mixed up.
Isley kind of chimes in with like, I wouldn't scout this too much. Just if you're jumping them, jump them. Like, you don't want to use your one opening to look for an opening, if you know what I mean. Just take.
from what we've heard, is it like, is this guy like, does he doesn't frequently do this? He just like,
The impression you
does
got.
he rarely do it?
The impression you got from the guy was this is like a nightly occurrence.
Okay.
Yeah. Lucian.
No.
Here's the question: how shitty a person is he?
That is the question. I've never actually met the guy.
I mean, if
He seemed very at the church.
I mean, if
Yes, but he's a person that's supposedly stolen 10,000 gold coins from the public.
Are you asking if he's personable? I don't know if that
I'm
matters.
asking if he deserves how much we should beat him up.
How much?
Uh,
How much would you beat him up if he took 100,000? How much would you beat him
I
up if he
think-
took 200,000? How much? What's the coin amount that results in what injury level? I'm curious on what the system is here. She gives him, like,
yeah, there's
drinks from the mug.
there's an amount of justice that has to happen to people. We can't just go around murdering, people because just because they are terrible people. I mean, need to suffer a bit, for what they've done, and not just be killed.
He needs to at least be removed from the church.
Charlie, though.
There's no place for someone like that.
It's fine. You can finish. I'm going to turn to Isley and say, hey, you remember our old playbook for, robbing people, getting into trouble?
Now,
Oh, do tell.
Charlie, you know I'm out.
Oh, come on.
No.
One last job.
No.
John Wick, killer dog.
That's fine. I can get someone else in the group to do it. I just thought it might be fun for old time's sake.
It would be fun, and that's why I'm not doing it.
We could always try the plan from the boat again.
How long
Just,
did that
without,
work?
No.
just without an exploding axe this time.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's not
plan.
an option this
The
time.
only problem with
That's
that plan
true.
was the axe.
Yeah.
We
That was
Decent
literally
plan.
the only thing that could have gone wrong. and
Even
went
then, it
so
wasn't
wrong.
actually part
Well,
of
other things could have gone wrong, but it was the only thing that was likely to go wrong.
Charlie.
It was.
we have
It
this
was 10%.
play that we called cuckolding, where she'd
You call it what?
Cuckolding.
she'd, flirt with the target a little bit. I'd come up, depending on if we knew the person in disguise or not, get him in trouble for flirting with my girlfriend, and as I do, I frisk him a little bit.
Do you remember that time we got that one guy completely tied up, no clothes, and we just took the whole coin purse? 'Cause what is he gonna do?
Strung him up on the light.
I never told you this, but I left the window open a crack so when he eventually yelled, the guards would hear him and come get him.
Oh, I love you so much.
Feelings mutual.
So,
We could
I
cuckold
think-
the priest.
Ravi.
I think if we can, we follow him, find this girl, and then once he leaves, we take him. So then we know where this girl is, so that we can, do whatever we need to.
If you're going to jump in, probably not at the lady's establishment.
No,
Puts her a little on the
at, not literally there, but just like
I
once he leaves, we follow him and find a spot to do it. Then
I'm not sure why you're making it so complicated. Just find the first spot where he's
I
alone.
think we should do it. Yeah, I agree. We do it before he even gets there.
if
I
he
mean, we
gets
could always
there,
tail him after.
I really think there might be some sort of thing he's hidden there that would be incriminating.
Maybe.
Okay, well, how about this? We could cuckold on his way there, wait around for him to come out. That way we already have
I'm
the
not
key.
doing cuckold again.
No. I'll get someone else to do it.
We could. I mean, all we really need is the key, right?
Yeah, and then we could tail him on the way back, see what happens.
We
But I
don't-
think we should try to get that
Again,
key
if you
first.
can just get me the key, then I can. I
Yeah.
have some contacts I can figure out where the
All right.
thing is.
If we could knock him out.
Yes. I'm just looking to see what I have. I mean, I can always try suggestion again.
I don't know. I think that our first plan should be no violence, just get it. If he gets hurt, people are going to ask questions, people are going to start looking.
I mean,
Exactly.
we
And
do
if he
have-
loses-
No after.
And you know
I
what?
do believe we have a friend who's quite good at disposing bodies.
Ravi.
If he loses his key to his extreme wealth, extreme, immoral, illegal wealth, he's not gonna go, telling everyone about that. He's going to do a personal investigation, if any.
He likely hid
But
this from
he's
everyone.
hurt.
Exactly.
If he gets
But
hurt.
if he gets hurt, then everyone else will know.
I mean, it was right after a riot. I hardly think they could trace it back to us.
Yes,
A lot of people were
There could be
angry with the
witnesses.
priest.
exactly. So,
Remember how the last time there were witnesses?
In my line of work, you always make sure there are no witnesses, and if there's witnesses, you dispose of them. That's
we don't
why
need to be that
I
extreme.
Again,
I know. That's why I don't want to get violent in this situation. I think that's
Exactly.
maybe one of the worst things to do.
Exactly.
so we're doing this culting plan?
I mean, sure.
I think
Lucien cannot
think-
say that word with a straight face.
that's her best
What,
plan.
cuckold?
Yeah, to cuckold. Let's go cuckold a priest.
All right.
Just bursts out laughing when you say that.
You all have gone in the same argument circle several times over. It's getting to close to evening at this point.
Okay.
And so sun is looking like it's going to start setting here soon. You see the guard presence ease off. Most people, it looks like they've gone to like go secure the rich side of town, and kind of let the poorer side of town do its normal thing. You do spot one or two people getting led away in manacles. I would say a couple of you recognize one or two of them as some of the individuals who like threw oil, or and one of the people who shot fire. The guy you tried to nut tap a couple times is among them. But they get dragged off church direction. Where are you all going to go?
Does I guess we don't really know what his path is.
But we know he starts at the church. So I say
It's true.
we go to the church and
Hail him from the church.
yeah, the sneaky boys can follow him close.
Sure.
Wait. Before we do this, who's being flirty with the priest?
I mean, we only have one girl in the group.
Okay. Oh, God,
I'll put on
I
a
have to-
disguise
Do I
so
have
I
to
look very masculine.
I mean, I
Do I
could
have
just do it.
do I have to convincingly act straight?
Oh.
I mean,
I
Ravi,
mean-
if you want to, you could.
I could. I mean, like. Do you?
I mean,
this
sure.
is going to be a strange question. Do you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend?
Yeah,
Sure.
okay.
If we ever find my girlfriend, not a word to her.
Yeah, all
I
right,
could always.
Yeah, sure.
If you're uncomfortable with it, I could always disguise
It's not
myself
that
as a
I'm
woman.
uncomfortable. I will just. She will just never let me hear the end of it.
I could just disguise myself as a woman if you don't want to.
No, it's fine. It's not like anything bad. She will just poke fun at the fact of it.
All right.
Cool.
Right.
Yeah, I'll get into disguise to make myself super masculine looking.
I'll pretend to. I can pretend to be Lucian's boyfriend
Okay.
Imagine Norvin.
because I feel like Norvin does not have the ability to flirt or do
I
that
I feel
sort
like
of stuff.
Norvin's gonna try to back away and just not be as directly involved.
Also,
Yeah.
I
I'm
understand.
awkward because the high priest would definitely recognize him. I don't think there's anybody else in town that's 8 feet tall.
That too, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I was gonna say that. So Norvin's, when we get to the church, he's gonna use disguise self and shrink himself 3 feet and make himself look like a normal human.
Ah, nice.
That's smart.
Cool. So a regular human man,
Regular 6-foot human dude.
a mask as possible disguise kit check. Go ahead and roll a disguise kit check.
Wait a minute. Lucian,
You want?
aren't I the more convincing and charismatic of the two of us?
That's a good point.
Maybe I should be the one flirting with him?
Yes, but didn't you meet the high priest today?
I can
He would-
disguise myself.
Good point. I keep forgetting that's a thing.
What's
and I've always wanted
for
to-
disguise kit?
Go with dexterity.
And add your proficiency.
Plus
If-
proficiency?
Yeah. If you're proficient with it, as you
12.
12? Yeah.
I've always wanted to yell at a priest.
Straightforward enough. Yeah, Charlie just gets it kind of masculined up, but you're also just probably going mostly hood up. But yeah, there's some little chin scruff kind of options for you in the disguise
Got
kit.
the like mascara.
But
Chin
but no, I gotta be the one to catch him and yell at him because I'm really good at picking pockets. Like really good.
So then Lucian just
I could be back up.
stand by in case.
Sure.
I'll be back up in case things get iffy. I'll be here with my
Alright.
bow staff ready to bonk.
And if anything does go south like that, I always have healing. So
you all wait patiently. In about you kind of time it out, especially with spells being thrown around and whatnot. Later in the evening, and you kind of spot or hear the opening of the door at one point, and you're like, "All right, magics." And sure enough, walking out from out around the corner and heading towards one of the bridges is the high priest himself. It looks like chatting with the elven woman with the well-woven bun for a second. They sort of nod and part ways. She heads back over into the church. He starts walking and crosses the bridge into the poor side of town. You all are just watching him walk along. He's just sort of just calmly, arms crossed, walking and looking around.
Ubisoft NPC.
Ubisoft NPC. But no, just calmly walking through, and takes a moment as he gets about a block in, and looks like he kind of does a look around. Everybody roll a stealth check for me.
Norman's hanging back though.
He is pretty far back, but he's still got to make a check. So with disadvantage.
I'm giving Norman bardic inspiration beforehand as well.
As this operation starts, you can do this, buddy.
So that's a D6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need that.
That's a natural 20.
20.
A natural 20 from me as well.
3 nat 20 on self checks.
Damn.
And then Norman with disadvantage.
Ninjas.
Okay.
So 24 for me.
I rolled a nat 20, but I also rolled a 5.
Oh, because you're in. Because
so there
you're
were 4
plate.
nat 20s
I'm in
in
plate
there.
armor.
Damn.
But yeah, 5.
The dice really want us to
I got the
stealth.
plus
Right.
1, and then I got a,
Ninjas.
so it's a 6, and then I rolled a 5 on the bardic inspiration, so that's an 11.
Nice. All right.
Hopefully.
Pretty quiet, especially considering just as a group. The priest at just a couple blocks in, kind of does a look around, doesn't seem to notice anybody in particular, and then moves into the side alley to get off the main street. You all kind of follow and tail him. He's just calmly and quietly just walking through the behind the buildings of a couple places. You all do see a moment where it doesn't sound like anybody else is around, and he's by himself. He actually pauses at one point and leans down to fix his sandal. Charlie, what's up?
Lucian, do you want to dash and try to get around him so you're in front?
Yes.
All right.
Wait, is this... Isn't Ravi...
Yeah, I'm
fucking
the one
priest?
flirting.
Okay.
Okay.
Robbie,
Yeah.
do you want to try to get around and go in front?
I think as he just bends down, I start.
Go to
Okay.
pick up your pace and catch up to him.
Yeah. I am going to disguise myself. I'm going to give myself red hair as well, because that's the one piece of information I got about his preference.
Sure.
And I just remembered that while disguise self does disguise you physically, it doesn't so much vocally. So I'm going to have to try and do something here.
I mean,
Anybody else doing anything in particular other than kind of hanging back and watching? All right.
I'm just getting ready to bonk if things go south.
Hanging back and watching. Gotcha. So, Ravi, go ahead and give me a deception check.
All right. Oh no, my feminine voice is going to be so bad, guys. Deception, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey! And I'm good at that too, so. So that's a 24.
Nice. In game, whatever cadence and tone you're going for, and you don't have to.
I'm not going to because I'm going to make a fool out of myself.
I
if
have made
do.
the mistake
I think you should do it anyway.
of trying to commit to an accent and then realizing, nope, gotta go with Taika Waititi. Being like, I cannot maintain this accent.
So I'll do that. I'll do it, but 2 octaves lower than it should be.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a. He gets kind of surprised and stands up and he goes, "Evening, evening, my lady.
Good evening.
Watch out for these back streets. It's ruffians about."
Oh. Would you mind? Do you think maybe you could escort me?
Of course. I have an engagement, but I would be happy to make sure you reach your destination safely.
I would hate to come upon some ruffians.
I mean, I'm not the best in a fight, but people tend to leave me alone with my position.
My father kicked me out.
Terrible.
I hate to ask, but you look like someone important. Could I stay the night with you?
I'm afraid I reside at the church, and I mean this.
I put my hand on his chest.
I mean this with all due respect for yourself and your life and your existence, but I am not interested.
I'm gonna let the code word out or whatever we came up with to be Charlie, do it now.
No, that's why my finger was up.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah,
Once my hands on his chest.
he's distracted. You're gonna go try to like pick his pocket, or what was gonna happen?
I'm gonna come up very sneakily behind him.
Yeah.
And pick his pocket.
Oh yeah, you guys not 20 earlier. That's not a problem. Go for a sleight of hand check with advantage as you are being assisted on his distraction.
Oh well, I rolled a nat 1, so I get advantage anyway. So
Hey!
Triple
Sick.
advantage.
Halflings with daggers. Halflings.
22.
Ooh. That's very poggers.
Yeah.
You
Hog champ.
very stealthily, with almost no indication whatsoever that anything's going wrong, get your halfling hand down into his pocket, and then feel as a hand grabs your wrist. And
Uh-oh.
older man looks down at you and goes, and then looks back up at Ravi and goes, "Ruffians about indeed." Lucian?
The moment he like grabs him, I just go like, "Bonk."
That would be a roll initiative kind of moment. Initiative!
Tay, you said that it's pretty late.
It's fine. I want to see this out now.
That's a 23 for initiative.
Nice.
20.
I just want to clock him in the head hard enough that it just knocks him out.
Right.
Shit.
I don't
20
think
initiative
initiatives.
for me.
I don't
And
think
hopefully
initiatives matter. So everybody just tell me what you're planning to do.
Bonk.
Bonks. Like a
Two-handed bow staff.
bonk, whack whack, like trying to get him taken down.
I want to...
Two-handed bow staff, just like a baseball bat to the head.
Right, bonk, but like, are you doing all of your attacks, or are you just doing one attack?
I'm gonna do all of my attacks.
Okay, Charlie plans?
Well, I'm gonna hit him, see if it knocked him out, and then hit him
Charlie
again.
plans?
Sorry.
I'm going to grab what's in his pocket and yank my arm out as hard as I can.
Go again for trying to rip it out of his possession, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Norvin?
Dexterily, not strengthily.
Right.
Norvin's gonna say good night and or night night and tap his shoulder with inflict wounds.
Hey.
Oh, wait. I have a better idea. That just reminds me. I know sleep.
Cool. Ravi?
Oh. If all else fails, I'll try casting Suggestion.
Nice. Okay, so Lucian, roll your attacks.
Okay, I was just gonna ask if I could cast sleep instead, but I've committed. I think I might murder this man. I just rolled.
All right, so double your dice.
So that's 2d8.
Yep.
That's 15 damage,
Nice.
and then I'm gonna punch him.
You going flurry of blows and all the possible attacks?
No, just the only extra attack that I get.
Oh, okay.
That's a 14.
Nice.
No, 15.
That does hit.
Cool. 7.
7. All right. Pretty good. Charlie, make a I'm setting an acrobatics check. You're essentially breaking a grapple.
We're gonna have to
Natural
skip
20.
town.
That is a success. You rip out of his pocket this wooden tag, and it just has it has like some etched, almost like runes in it. It's just like a secret code kind of thing, but with thieves can't, because you're the one who pulled it. You can see that is it's runes meant to convey like almost like an emotion, and it's sort of like it's shame, sorrow, and love, all kind of in one like encapsulation.
In Thieves' Camp?
Yeah, it's like symbols for shame, sorrow, and love in Thieves' Cant, kind of, and it's carved in a weird way to look like it's just a single symbol, almost like a token of some kind.
Cool. Where's my bonus actions?
Well, that could be your bonus action because of
Bonus
fast hands, I would say.
Okay, well then action. I'm gonna try to stick my hand in another pocket and sleight of hand something out.
Go for it.
Oh, natural 1.
Oh,
But-
wait, yeah.
Hey.
Not much better.
Don't you get to roll again because of the dagger?
Yep. You basically get to roll with advantage.
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you
that's
roll
what
one,
I
yeah.
did. Yeah. 15.
15 is still fine. It doesn't really resist you as you reach into the other pocket and pull out this like iron key that has it's
Sweet.
like got little bulbs making a square on the back end of it. It's like a small cord is run through it to like wear as a necklace, but it looks like you put it in his pocket at some point. And then I believe it would go to Norvin, who's making a spell attack.
Yes.
You would be making with
Inflict wounds.
advantage. It'd be easy enough to flank in this situation.
So with advantage?
With advantage.
Okay, so 23 to hit.
Oh yeah. Don't ya know. Just slips out some characters.
And inflict wounds is really good.
4d10.
It really is.
It's so good.
That's 25 damage.
Damn.
I think we just murdered a priest.
It's okay. We've got healing spells.
But also he's gonna remember us, so...
Yeah, he's a
Don't
witch.
worry. I have a plan.
And I don't know if it matters, but it's necrotic damage.
Gotcha.
Inflict wounds is terrifying.
Yes, it is.
So,
You just touch
First
someone
level.
and ow.
Ravi, you watch
Mhm.
as this old man is baseball batted in the back of the head, kicked in the face, I imagine, and then
Yeah.
grabbed at the back of the neck. And you were watching as you start to think like what you or how you're gonna phrase this suggestion as all life drains out of his face, and his body goes limp. Make a medicine check for me.
Oh,
Did we just
Oh.
kill him?
that's a. I think I don't think I have a wisdom mod. So, oh, but I do have. It's an 18.
That's good.
I mean, you have healing magic. They're not useful anymore.
Oh no! Oh no!
Hey, at least this time we didn't kill innocents. At least this time we didn't kill innocents. We're getting better.
Charlie,
I feel like
Charlie, I feel like spins around with like, I got it, let's go, and it's like we can just go, and then it's just like he's dead.
Robbie's just like shell shocked. He loses concentration on the disguised self. It just like fades away, and he's just like, oh my god,
Charlie,
oh my.
Looking for witnesses.
yeah, make a perception check.
I'm also gonna look for witnesses. We just murdered a man in cold blood.
Yeah, two of you, just go ahead.
15.
Nice.
21.
21. You take a pause and like look around and be like, okay, at this exact moment, you think there's no like gasps or shock or screams or anything. There's no oh my god, there's nothing happening like that, and you gotta do a quick look around. Nobody's watching. There was a private moment behind a building. At this moment, you seem fine, Charlie.
Super quick, check all the rest of his pockets before I book it out of there.
Nice.
Yeah. Took his pocket. You're just gonna ditch us?
You
We need to get rid of the body.
you do find a small little ledger in like a breast pocket. And like just a really quick flip through, there are like numbers and things listed, and just sort of like tuck that away. You find a pouch with 50 gold pieces.
Nice.
Then that's about it. There is a small pouch that is in like that was at like the small of the back, like somewhere he's purposefully hiding, and it is a pouch full of rose petals. They are still still fresh and soft.
This guy.
There's
Yeah,
the rose petals. There's also separate from them, like a 4-inch the the stem from the rose.
What, Jeff?
No, stem. It's not a dildo. Stem. It's got the sharp thorns and everything in there. It actually looks like it tore up a couple of the rose petals being packed in there with them. But yeah, it's like sharp, thick thorns from the stem with the petals.
Okay, as I grab all of that, as I book it, I say, "You can find me in my apartment," and I leave.
Lucian.
I just had a horrifying realization. Resurrection magic's a thing. If they find his body, they're just gonna bring him back, and he's just gonna point us out. We need to dispose of this body, and I think I know how we can do it.
Yes. Does anyone have a cloak?
Well, my idea was...
We have to get him there first. I know what you're thinking. We have to get him there first. Does anyone have a cloak?
I think my character has a traveling cloak, maybe?
I imagine,
yeah, they do.
Cool.
Okay. I whip it around the dude's shoulders and prop him up on my shoulder. Lucian,
You're
grab the
waking
other
the
arm.
Bernie's this guy out of here.
Exactly. Yeah. He's really drunk. Okay. If anyone asks, we're taking him home. He's really drunk.
What's the fastest way to the ocean?
I mean, the raging rapids that go through the middle of town, probably. All right. So, Norvin also just watching this the whole time, just like.
There's a lot of you.
Cameo from my twin sister.
Hey.
Hello.
Howdy ho.
I'm going upstairs now.
She works at a weed store.
Sick.
Yeah. Anyway, me and Ravi are booking it to the
We're not
river.
booking it. We are not booking it. We are acting like there is nothing wrong.
We're moving as fast as we can make it look normal.
Yeah.
You keep Lucian keeps trying to like dart, and Ravi's like, nope. It's a walk. We're walking our drunk friend.
We are taking our friend home.
Drunk friend.
All right.
Maybe
Slow down.
some sort of magic can heal him or something. Having heard nothing from Norvin, I imagine Norvin's just watching in shock and horror.
Norvin didn't realize he was gonna absolutely obliterate the dude.
Yeah, the
I
head
thought he
priest
was-
of the order you would have expected to not get wiped out from like one set of attacks and a first level spell.
It was just a bonk and a touch. You Vulcan nerve gripped him a little too hard.
Yep.
A little aggressively.
Let's have it's mostly Lucian and Ravi sneaking this guy up. I'm gonna need a stealth check from each of you. One of you needs to make it with disadvantage.
I'll make it with
One of us needs to
disadvantage.
do it with disadvantage.
I'm probably better at it.
So Lucian's.
I'll give you inspiration.
Good idea.
Okay, do this.
My last one of the day.
All right, Ravi, roll.
Yep.
Hey.
Decent, actually.
I roll the inspiration twice?
No.
No.
Okay,
Just
so
add the inspiration.
my lowest roll was a 25,
Alright.
including
sick.
inspiration.
I got a 21.
Neat.
Not a problem at all. You all make it to the northern bridge where there's nobody watching. You kind of pause for a moment and then just sort of, in the theme of the day, yeet. And this,
I'm gonna clasp my hands together and just try and call upon my patron Dyram. I'm just like, Dyram, we need your help and we figured you could use maybe another body for your count.
yeah, make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Ravi is debating whether or not it was a good thing he took an active role in this murder.
I don't have any bonuses, so that's just 16.
16.
Do I still have the... No, inspiration is one time.
Yeah, one time.
Okay.
As this body tumbles, kind of hitting the wall a little bit on the way down, and then splashing into the water, it goes over the one hump of rapids and then you see it fall into a clawed hand at the next clump, and the head pokes out slightly. It speaks. You can hear it perfectly. It's not shouting, but you can hear it. And he goes, "This counts as a favor for you.
Oh, understood.
I will
Got it.
one in return." And sinks
Got it.
below the water.
Damn.
And
Body.
as soon as it happens, Lucine just collapses. Just.
Damn.
Uh,
Damn.
Charlie.
Our body count is worryingly high.
Sorry, I was looking at the cuckolding
Cuckold.
to murder rates and I couldn't find anything.
Now I lost my train of thought. So Charlie's just rushing home, basically. Taking a pause to nonchalant. Do you take any looks at anything that you've grabbed?
Not until I'm home.
Okay. So you make your way over to the house.
You.
Get up to the attic and unlock and make your way inside. Yeah, make a perception check for me.
Natural 1. 12.
12. You have that like premonition moment from the dagger, and you see, you see. I don't know why I'm so bad with this particular name. You see Isley in that like predictive moment. You see her carefully checking and grooming and getting just right this red head wig, and hear a jiggle at the door and like quickly tuck it away in a cupboard, and then throw like folded blankets on top. You see this before you open the door, and it's a question of whether or not you move forward opening the door to catch this, or if you just wait a moment.
I'll wait a moment and then I'll go upstairs.
You're just
Slowly.
at the door when this happens, but there's that grasp of the door kind of jiggle, and that slight pause, and then as you come in, kind of sure enough, you see the moment of blankets getting folded and set up, and goes, "Linens are changed and ready to go. Have a nice evening to ourselves, and not that any of your friends would even fit in this place."
Well, they might be on their way.
Oh.
Some things went wrong tonight, but yeah, we might have to have a meeting here. And I go up and I give her a kiss on the cheek.
Was it Isley that had the red wig?
Right.
Okay.
You don't know. You weren't there.
No, I was just for Jonah.
And technically nobody saw.
Yeah.
Charlie had a premonition, decided not to just burst in to see.
Oh, right, yeah. So I totally phased out.
There's a moment passes, and she's like, any success at all, or everything go really pear-shaped? You're
I pull
okay,
out
that's
the
number
key
one.
And I pull out the ledger.
The ledger, and she's like, excellent. I wonder where he kept all of his dirty dealings.
And then I pull out the thieves' cant thing. Do I notice a reaction from her?
Make an insight check. I would say with advantage. You know her. I was gonna say inside and out. It's like God.
You're not wrong.
4 hours of
15.
sleep. 15. You kind of almost come to terms with she's a practiced liar, and you see her doing the things she does to keep tells from leaking out, and that's enough for you to notice that she is stopping herself from letting clues come to the surface about it as she sees
Even
it
with no
and goes,
her lack of tells is a tell.
her lack of tells is a tell, actually. Yeah. It's like counter tells, basically. And she's like, that is an interesting style.
Do you know what it is?
I mean, it looks like thieves can't, but I mean, you know that more than I do.
Yeah, I was just like, I wondered if this had any significance in the city. I put it back in my pocket.
I mean, if he's going to one of those ladies, it's probably code for a service, I would imagine.
Yeah, when I put them back in my bag, I push the rose petals down to the bottom of the bag.
Oh, bottom of your bag, so that rose petals aren't visible.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I'm glad you're okay. Anybody injured? I mean, I'm not able to heal that much, but
the plan didn't go as we thought, and he unfortunately didn't make it.
Ooh, the tall one or the
Inside
half
check.
elf?
Oh no, the
Screaming inside check. Wait, what?
the priest.
Oh, you got all ended up dropping.
Inside check.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
At advantage again.
Yes, yes, you know her very intimately.
8.
I mean, hard to read. I mean, you feel like you got lucky catching those cells. Your heart, honestly, is racing at the moment and are having a hard time keeping your own composure enough to read her tells on anything. But she just was like, oh, I mean, we'd figured out he was kind of a dick anyways, right?
It's true. Here, let me help you put the linens away. And I'll go and I'll pick them up.
Dude, you've
and
had
I'll
a
just carry
night.
them. No, I just carry them and I put them away.
All right. There's a separate linen cupboard that you take the things that she's been folding and get those all put away. Lucian's not there yet.
I was actually going to ask, do we know where her house is?
I think
Yeah, we were there once.
Yeah,
Okay.
somebody's been there once.
I was just gonna go back to the Flapping Dragon, though.
I mean,
Let it
Charlie
blow over for
specifically
the night
said
and
meet
meet in
me
the
back at
morning.
my place, but
Yeah, she did say meet back at her place.
Right.
Oh, she said meet. I thought she said. Sorry, I thought
I'll
they
be
said
back
that.
at my place. I don't remember exactly how it was phrased.
I thought they said I'm going back. I'll be back at my place. If you need me, I'll be there, sort of thing.
Okay. It's up to y'all.
I mean, it's up to Tay, really.
I just want to update
Whatever.
her.
Yeah.
Them.
Yeah. I got a little sidetracked there. So, Isley just kind of, as you're putting away linens, just kind of hugs you from behind, as you've done to her. And it's just like, your heart is going crazy. You can tell me what
It's
happened.
just been a long night.
You know, you can always tell me anything.
I'm just
Ravi, stop it.
after everything that happened before, I just killing feels so uncomfortable now.
Killing is never a great option A, but let's be honest, it's a violent world if it's not someone in town getting justice for an injustice. Then it's a dragon in the mountains or a owlbear in the forest. It's people, assholes especially, die. And
But
People die, say love you.
still not
every
there.
time I look into the eyes of someone dead or afraid to die, I just see that kid.
Development.
My dear, you're gonna be fine. And you're the adventurer still. I'm the one who was nearly mauled to death. So let's keep at it a little till we have a bit of a nest egg, which this might situation might get. Did you find a key or anything indicating some way of getting in?
I showed that to you. I pulled out the key in the ledger again.
It's like, oh, good. maybe there's some clues in this. She looks at the ledger. Come on. Takes you over to a little side desk. Opens it up. You read through it, and there are like coin value markings. Some like regular payments, some are intake, some are outtake. This looks like it is the ledger for a lot of the church's day-to-day operations. From looking at it, it seems like this is an old man keeping track of his daily expenditures. This is 3 coppers to brown-haired commoner on the southeastern corner. It's 4 gold for mother and 3 children, helping with rent for the month. It's there's a ongoing expenditures recorded. The thing you do notice is that his intake is like a stipend. He gets paid 50 gold a month from the church. That's like for him and his expenditures, and he hands out a lot of that coin. It seems like you do some math reading through. It looks like he saves up about a spare 50 gold every 2 or 3 months, and then that gets marked off with a name that just says Elil, the Elil, and it goes again another 2 or 3 months later. He's got a good year and a half of his obsessively his daily expenditures on breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks in between, things that are handed out. Keeps a meticulous record of his own finances.
So this extra gold was just his normal income.
He just saves a few gold at a time of his stipend and puts aside 50 to this illegal, whoever that is.
Fuck.
I don't see how we're getting 10,000 out of this.
I just get
You
up
do
and
know that Elil is the one that we were told to meet from the group, from the
I just get up and go to bed.
rebels.
And also, you wouldn't write that down. That's incredibly incriminating.
So Charlie just kind of gets up and goes to bed, and Isley is just like, hey, look, maybe there's a code we're not seeing or something. I have some people I know that I can hand this to, and they might be able to figure out what's going on. Do you think we should keep the key safe here with us, or let them take a look at it? I'm a little torn.
Just do whatever. I'm going to bed.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can... You hang on to the key. I'm gonna see if I can get this ledger to someone who can help us figure it out. She kind of goes and, kisses you on the forehead, pulls up the blankets for you, and then lets herself out of the apartment.
I'm gonna get up and look at the wig.
You make an investigation check.
Oh no.
5.
You go to where your premonition saw it and open up this little footlocker cupboard, and there's nothing there. There's extra blankets and an extra pillow.
Even if I rifle through them, I don't see anything?
You almost obsessively just dig through the whole thing, and find nothing. There's bare wood directly where you would have thought it would be, and you're tearing through everything else, and there's nothing.
Could I pull up? Is there a false bottom?
You go and you check, but you can't find a... You're looking for a mechanism or something to make it work, and it's just not.
Okay. I'll just go crawl back. I'll put things where they were, and then go crawl back into bed.
I imagine you almost feel maybe a little better, ? Just because it's maybe magic fuckery versus something that was actually happening. Yeah, you're not 100% sure what to make of it. ? Is a big question mark on the end of that. What is everybody else doing?
Looking for her house, I guess.
Did
Lucian has given
hey-
up and is just heading back to the flapping dragon. Just,
hey, did you
I'm too tired for
did you
this
say
shit.
like it's up to you really? Like, did you say to meet at your house, or did
I
did
think I
Charlie
just yelled,
did they say?
I'm going back to my house. You can find me there.
Okay, I'll go
I don't
back to the
remember.
flapping
It's up to
dragon
you
then.
guys.
As will Lucian. Lucian's just like, I'm too tired for this shit.
So
We've done too much for one day.
the three of you do go kind of just slump over in a booth over at the Flapping Dragon, get like a late night snack and drink, and all of you just sort of 1,000-yard stare, and the door opens in the evening. In walks Isley, Charlie's girlfriend, walking in, kind of wipes her feet at the door, and then spots the three of you over there and goes, "Oh, hi," and then just walks to the back.
Excuse me. Sorry.
A couple beats pass. Then she like walks forward, kind of wanders over to the three of you and goes, "Hey, I heard things went a little pear-shaped."
That's that's an understatement.
Things
Yeah.
did not go how we planned it.
It's the reason I'm
Nope.
out. Pear-shaped just seems the standard shape sometimes.
You don't have to worry about the body.
Say that again.
We dealt with it.
Say
Let's
that
just
a
say
little quieter, but sure.
I have ADHD and I have no concept of how loud I'm talking. Just assume if I should be talking in a quiet voice, I am.
He just kind of looks at her and goes, I shouldn't know unless she tells me.
No.
If
What?
What?
Charlie seems like they're having a hard time, so be nice, please, or I'll murder you.
I understand murdering for love.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, have you seen a very tall, white-haired half-orc?
You've asked me that 3 times since we've met. Turns and walks away.
That wasn't an answer.
Roughly half an hour goes by, Charlie. I don't imagine you've slept yet. And you hear the unlocking of the front door, and it creaks open, closes behind. You feel a familiar form crawl into bed next to you, and cuddle up to be Big Spoon.
I'm just pretending I'm asleep.
It's like you hear a like under the breath whisper to herself, because I can roll nat ones on insight checks. It turns out. She's just like, "Oh, what did you have to do?" You're gonna be okay. He was pathetic, for one thing. Oh. Maybe after we find it, I can explain. It's a, kind of a... She had a read you were dead asleep, but that's what ones do. There's a kind of a roll out of bed and a slight creak as she is walking around. Do you try to get a look at whatever she is doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna get up and sneak and try to see what she's doing. If she's not in the room anymore.
She'd still be in the room. You guys have like a pretty much a
Okay.
studio above an area, but make a perception
Okay,
check.
yeah, I'll.
Or we'll make be
Will
a
I
stealth
make it?
check to be on the scene. It's not like she's hiding super well.
21.
21. You watch, and she suspects nothing, so she's not even double checking that your eyes are closed. You watch as she kind of just carefully sneaks across the floor, over to that little foot cupboard that you had seen. You see the creaks open the door, places her foot on a small panel of wood that is like underneath where it sits, pushes down, which makes the back of the cupboard move forward, and then she reaches into this little secret compartment, and you can see her kind of tuck under her cloak this red wig. You see her reach in, pull out what looks like some silk rope, tucks that away, and then pulls out a looks like a small ledger, and kind of packs that under her cloak. Carefully pulls her foot away. The compartment closes, shuts that linen thing, and thinking you in a deep sleep, quietly walks to the door and very quietly lets herself out into the evening.
I want to follow her. I don't know like when you want to wrap up, but I do want to follow
I would
her
love to
if
get
that
to the end of
happens
this.
tonight or next time.
There's a you trail her without too much issue. You are practice itself, and it is dark, and neither of you have dark vision. She's pretty carefully making her way through a bunch of areas. Gets to the bridges at the center of town. Kind of goes and just looks out over the ocean. You're watching from the shadows, and she does kind of check around, and when there's a moment when she's by herself, you see her just dump the wig, dump the rope, hold the ledger for a good minute. She kind of just considers and puts that back into her cloak. Before just kind of cracking her back, kind of rubbing her knee, which is a spot that got mauled pretty bad, and just kind of shakes herself and starts making her way like she's on a midnight walk, seemingly like back towards your apartment.
Okay, I run back home and hop in bed before she gets there.
Easy enough for you to do. There's... Nope, can't roll above a 5. She gets home. There's that same routine again where she's assuming you're asleep and activates her little compartment and seems to put the ledger away. Then she curls up into bed as well, and you listen carefully until you notice her breathing patterns change, and she's asleep next to you.
Okay, I'm gonna just try and sleep.
Gotcha. Make a Constitution saving throw. Everything's poison.
18.
18. Yeah, you don't have too much of a problem. You've had a long day. A lot's happened, and you'd love for your unconscious to handle some of this processing. And sure enough, just get a comfy spot and fall asleep. The rest of you get an evening's rest over at the Flapping Dragon. A couple adventuring types kind of stumble in the middle of the night. One of them has just a massive gash across the face, and he's just like, This prowlers in the forest. There's prowlers. And you're like, and his buddy just grabs him by the shoulder. Is like, nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about, and like shoves him in, and like they throw some gold on the counter for the attendee, and he's just like, we'll take I don't know, one of the rooms, and he's like, yeah.
Sir, I think your friend is drunk.
Like, you're not drunk. It's poison. The poison. The eyes. It's like a goat. That's a bear. And it's just like he's being dragged upstairs.
Apologies,
bear.
I'm insane.
adventurers dragged upstairs. You all kind of hear and see versions of it depending on when you went to bed. But everybody takes a night's rest. And then gets up in the morning. I almost want to call it there, but I don't want to leave Tay this stressed out for a week.
No, it's okay. I'm fine.
Okay.
I can wait. It's 1:24 a.m.
Oh, jeez. All right. Well, we will let people get some rest. We will resolve next week. Hopefully, hopefully a good resolution. I really wanted this to get resolved before we broke, but that's fine.
I'm freaking out, man.
Will Charlie figure out what's happening with their partner? Will Norvin figure out his religious stress? Find out next week on Dragon Balls at Wait, Wrong Show.
Did the priest actually do
I
any
make my
crimes?
perception checks.
That's an excellent question. Did we murder an innocent man?
Oh god. We don't even know. We could have just totally just murdered someone innocent.
Nobody has any idea.
See, that's fucking with me, because my dad's a pastor.
Oh, I promise
It's
that
really
wasn't part of the plan.
Pastor and priest are two different things. Pastor and priest are two different things.
I know. Oh my gosh, I know.
So,
Yeah, Robbie. Yeah.
not trying to make an allegory of murdering your dad and dumping him in a river. That wasn't the idea.
Yeah, come on, man.
Daddy
He's stage 4
issues.
cancer, not cool.
I'm not trying to do the thing.
I broke my chip.
Yeah.
Oh,
By the way,
my.
I love how just during the really intense OP moments, I just started just doing.
Yeah, I know. You gotta work on that.
Those were intense. Good job.
What's
I was trying to
the?
get Robbie to laugh.
I don't remember. I don't remember the chapter and verse, but there's something like if your hand causes you to sin, chop it off. I'm like, just get rid of the Pringles can. Get a different fidget.
Yeah, that's why I got the deck of cards.
I got stuff here that doesn't make any noise when I mess with it. For this.
Hey, this doesn't make any noise. Hey guys.
Yep.
Makes such a nice noise, though.
It's such a nice noise.
All right. Well, I got some uploading to do to the YouTubes, but we'll hopefully resolve this next week satisfactorily.
I hope.
Yeah, some stuff happened.
Stuff and things.
Stuff and things.
I have fire now.
Things and stuff.
I'm gonna
Fires had.
I'm gonna go be depressed for the rest of the week.
I didn't want
No.
that.
I have a question. What happens if I defeat the ice champion and I get the ice powers? Do I have double ice?
Charlie, you are way better at notes than me. I wanted to make sure I said the right things on those.
He
Thieves
said,
can't
Ingram
runes.
said,
Shame,
oh, thieves can't runes.
Yeah.
Shame, sorrow, love.
shame, sorrow, love. Got it.
I thought you were asking about the ice thing.
No.
Never mind.
Yeah, nobody cares. We're all here for the runes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll
Rooms
catch
to turn
y'all.
in the future.
I'll catch y'all next week. And hopefully we'll resolve. I call him Charlie because in-game names are easier for me. Tay, don't stress too hard. There's, there's reasons for things probably that aren't so bad. It's
We're
It's fine,
approaching
I'll go
the
vent to my boyfriend about my imaginary girlfriend.
your imaginary girlfriend possibly
I mean, to be
being
Yeah.
an
To be
fair,
imaginary worker of some kind.
To be fair, I did name. I do the same thing. I vent to my partner about shit in game. I
Yeah.
did also name Lucian's girlfriend after my partner.
Right.
Yeah.
I was
Because
I was almost like heavy cutting off some of the like circular planning, and I was just like, God, we're not gonna have time to actually resolve this whole situation. I was just like, guys, come on, execute, go.
Yeah, but if you don't go in a circle for at least 3 hours, you're not playing D&D.
hey Robbie, why did you post a gif of Lucian?
Yeah, exactly. That's why. Because you brought it up.
Oh my.
Just bonk.
Anyways,
All right.
have
Well,
a good night.
I will see y'all next week.
I'm gonna
Remember
go.
Beware of fire fists and Triton men and
Fight, and
priests
remember the
of
finger.
ill repute.
Remember proper fingering etiquette.
Proper fingering. Watch your fingering, everybody.